Check 1, 2. Morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock and the inquiry's resumed. Just in terms of housekeeping, just a reminder about phones and that we've had a fire alarm test today. So if it goes off again, we need to leave. I've got a few other quick points that I'd like to run through before we move on and hear Miss Baker's evidence. We've received the closing submissions. Thank you, Mr. Woolley, on behalf of poets and the parish councils. I think the case programme officer has circulated those and you should have them. Has everybody received them? No?
I haven't, but I'm sure they're on their way.
Right. Sorry. We've also received the Decide and Provide document, which should also be on its way. And then the third point on documents was last week, Mr. Templin referred to a judgment given out last week regarding climate change and planning policy. I'm not sure if that's something that Poets is intending to submit to the inquiry or not, or if it was just a passing comment. Do you know, Mr. Woolley?
No, I don't know.
You don't know? Thank you. Well, at the moment, I'm going to treat it as a passing comment and not as a document that needs to be submitted. So the programme officer, I think she emailed people on Friday and asked them to revisit their time estimates. And then she emailed again, I think it was yesterday afternoon, and set out what she felt would be a running order and the time required, and highlighted areas that where she needed further information from the parties or clarification. Could I ask that you look at that and you give her the clarification? She didn't put a deadline on it, but could she have it by the end of the day? I won't say 5 o'clock because we'll be sitting here, but a reasonable time before tomorrow morning. So if she could have that, that would enable her to put the timetable together for the next couple of weeks 3 and 4. The next point is that we've had an email from Mr. Scarf. You might recall he gave evidence. He addressed the inquiry last week. He sent in a list of questions that he wants me to ask the parties. I've asked the programme officer to circulate that email and have a look and see if there's anything in there that you wish to address in your evidence in chief. In which case, I think it's questions for two of the Oxford County Council witnesses, actually, Mr. Lansborough and Mr. Grebe. And obviously, I'm not under instructions from Mr. Scarf about the questions I need to ask, but if it's something that you want to address, I'm not sure if that's been circulated yet. Joanna, has it gone out yet?
I've just sent it.
Right.
Yesterday.
It only came in yesterday afternoon. So if you could just have a look at it, it's and just see if there's anything in there that you want to refer to. And if I think it's necessary, any of the questions in there, I will ask them at the appropriate time if they've not been covered. But that doesn't mean that they necessarily all need to be covered. And then the final matter is, and I think in general it's being done, but if you're emailing information to the programme officer, could you just copy all the other parties in? It means you get it sooner, and it saves the programme officer quite a bit of work, because if it just goes direct to the programme officer, she's then got to forward it on, and she might not look at it as quickly as other parties. So I think they're the points I want to raise. Are there any comments on those points first? No? Thank you. So are there any other matters anyone wishes to raise at this point?
I have one matter, Madam.
Yes, Mr.
I'm intending to refer, when I come to cross-examine Miss Baker, to a letter which is not an inquiry document, Ms. String has, and her witnesses have a copy of it, and I need to apply to you for leave to put it in, but you won't have seen it either, so maybe give it to you.
Sorry, Miss String, you've seen it, have
Will
you?
you take it up?
Literally just seen it about 5 minutes ago. I'm not necessarily objecting to things going in. It's just that at this point, I'm sort of struggling to understand the context of it. It's a letter dated December 2022, and obviously my witness
Hasn't seen.
well, she's only just had a copy of it, and so I'm not. It's just in terms of the relevance of it or what point is being made. It's just a bit unclear at the moment. I just think as a matter of fairness to our witness, if a document's going to be shown to her, she's going to be taken to it for the first time in cross-examination.
Right.
We need a little bit more context, I think.
Are you able to give us the context, Mr. Woolley?
It's in the context of the funding of the
It's
scheme.
about the funding.
Yes. As Ms. String rightly observed.
Ms. String, would you like 10 minutes or so with your witness?
Madam, I also don't have the.
You don't have the letter.
I don't
right?
have it at all.
I
Can it?
At the moment, Mr. Humphreys, I haven't said that I'll accept it. So I think that's what I want to understand is whether it. Why don't we take a short break, 5 or 10 minutes, and you advise me as your view?
Madam, I think that would be very helpful. Actually, it may be that we need longer than 5 or 10 minutes because it's dated December 2022. We don't know if there's been any correspondence subsequent to it, for example. So we'll come, if it's okay, we'll come back to you in 5 or 10 minutes and say whether we object or not.
I think that's probably the right course of action. Perhaps if you do object, you can maybe even talk to Mr. Woolley before you come back in. So what should we do? We're 10 past. Should we say 20 past? Yes? Thank you. Before we break, actually, are there any other points? Anything anyone else wants to hand in? There's a gentleman there.
Madam, it's just slightly pushing this stable door after the horse is bolted. But for those of us who aren't at all expert at this sort of thing, could you ask people when they say to avoid acronyms like LCPT or JCP, actually say the words? Otherwise, because I find it very difficult.
No, I absolutely agree with you, sir. I do generally, the first time they're used, make sure that people say what they are. So if we can maybe take that approach, if they're using a word frequently and there is a well-known acronym, but they explain what it is first. But if not, if that's still causing an issue, do say. But I do accept that's a problem, and I apologise, I haven't picked it up before. I usually do.
I should just add, I can manage what I call hi-fi, but everyone else calls
Hif1.
but it reminds me too much of Winnie the Pooh and the Hufflepuff stuff.
Right, so we can stick with Hif1. I think we know what that is. And with the others, can people just take note? It can be difficult to follow. Okay. Is there anything else? No?
The gentleman's not alone either.
No, I'm sure he's not, actually. And sometimes I have to think about what they are as well. So if we come back at 20 past then. Thank you. Where Joanna is, if you need to talk to her. Ms String, have you had enough time to respond?
I think so, yes.
So the inquiry is resumed. Okay. Thank you, Ms String. What's your position?
I mean, I think we're not going to object to it going in. We'll ask Ms Baker can give her understanding of what the letter is and its context. And then I suppose we'll just have to see what questions are then asked about it in cross-examination. And if we think that there needs to be some further information that's gathered as a result of that to give you a full picture, then obviously we can address that once we know what the points are going to be.
Thank you. In that case, can the programme officer... She's not there, I don't think. No. We'll circulate it to all parties and accept it as an inquiry document. So is there anything additional before we hear from the next witness? No? Thank you. So I can't recall who's going first, but the witness is the same.
The witness is the same. I'm going to go first, but Ms String is going to follow directly after me. We hope that's an efficient way of dealing with this witness. So can I ask Mrs Baker to take her seat at the witness table?
Thank you.
Madam, may I introduce the witness to the inquiry?
Absolutely.
Thank
Sorry.
you very much. To introduce you to the inquiry, you're Mrs Emma Baker, and you've produced a proof and a summary proof to this inquiry. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
And by way of introducing you, I'm looking at page 3 of your main proof, Mrs Baker. You tell us at paragraph 2 that you are a chartered town planner. You hold a Bachelor of Arts with honours in town planning and a postgraduate diploma in town and country planning. You're employed by both South Oxfordshire District Council and Vale of White Horse District Council as a planning policy team leader. You have 20 years of experience in planning policy roles. At paragraph 4, you confirm that the evidence you provide is given in accordance with the Royal Town Planning Institute Code of Professional Conduct, RTPI Code of Professional Conduct, and your opinions are your true and professional opinions. Is all of that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. So just that I can help the inspector approaching your evidence in chief, I'm going to do so on the basis your evidence is taken as read, and therefore focusing on points made by the objectors and also clarifying some matters relevant in particular to the issues that the Secretary of State wishes to be informed about. Before I go there, there's a letter that we've seen for the first time this morning that Mr Woolley has put into the inquiry. And I wonder if you can just explain your understanding of it, please, and what you think it relates to.
Yes, so I have not seen this letter before in my duties at the council. I understand this letter was sent to the councillors and CC to the MPs of Oxfordshire County Council and the District Councils in December.
Baker, can I just stop you there?
Yes.
It's sent to the councillors and you...
and CC to the MPs. So
CC to the MPs,
yes.
right, sorry.
I'm using acronyms, I apologise.
No, MPs is fine.
MPs.
I thought it was something different.
Sorry. Yes, so it was to the County Council and the District Councils. I'm told this letter came because there was a delay to a £30 million funding for the Homes for Infrastructure Fund, and this letter was the response to the query about the delay. From what I understand, this is the letter starts to talk about the housing and growth deal, and then takes the opportunity to comment on the housing for infrastructure funding, or which is sometimes called the Homes for Infrastructure Funding, and that is a separate fund from the Hif fund. That is not relevant to the funding for this scheme. I also understand that there are extra conditions attached to that further payment that are listed in this letter, but I do not know what or if there was a response to this letter from any of the county council or the district councils, so I cannot assist with that.
Thank you, Mrs. Baker. I think we'll have to leave it there until we understand further what the relevance of the document is through cross-examination and perhaps deal with further points later. Before we go to the issues about which the Secretary of State wishes to be informed, please can you provide some context to housing and employment in Vale? So first of all, we know that Vale's development plan consists of a local plan part 1 and a local plan part 2. Part 1 adopted in December 2016 and Part 2 adopted October 2019, and there are allegations that that plan is out of date. Can you help, please, with the age of the plan and what Vale of Whitehorse District Council has done?
Yes, so I do not agree that that development plan is out of date. So firstly, the LPP1, that was adopted in December.
Can I just interrupt you there? Local plan part 1, just so that people in the room understand.
Local plan
LPP1.
part 1,
Thank
which
you.
is very often shortened to LPP1. That was adopted December 2016. And then in December 2021, there was a Regulation 10A review. So that is a review of whether the LPP1 still remained relevant in terms of how consistent it is with national policy at that time. So that was a review of LPP1 just in 2021. The Local Plan Part 2, also called LPP2, that was adopted in October 2019. So we are still within 5 years of the adoption of that plan. And the replacement for that plan will be the emerging joint local plan with South Oxfordshire District Council.
Thank you. And there are allegations with regard to the housing requirement being out of date. We'll come back to how relevant that is or not. But what do you say about that?
So the housing requirement in the Vale plan was ultimately set in LPP2 by Core Policy 4A. So there is a combined housing requirement of 22,760 homes in Vale. And some of that was for the Oxford City unmet need as well. That was 2,200 of that for Oxford City. And all of that requirement was rooted in the 2014 Oxfordshire Strategic Housing Market Assessment, which is shortened to SHMAR. And I think some of the objectors have pointed to a change in the housing requirement by referring to the Regulation 10A review that I earlier spoke about. So the Regulation 10A review that followed government policy at the time, that review had to set what would be an appropriate housing requirement for monitoring purposes for the 5-year housing land supply. And following government guidance, the monitoring the target for that monitoring had to be the standard method. Now, Vale is in quite an unusual situation to other authorities, to other local planning authorities, where the standard method figure is actually lower than the housing requirement that's in the plan, and that is more unusual. But in any case, Vale, although it had to monitor against that standard method, which is what the government policy is, Vale has remained committed to ensuring that the supply in the adopted plan has been maintained, and we continue to deliver against that supply, irrespective of what the monitoring position is for the 5-year housing land supply. And that's because there is a government objective to boost the supply of housing. And by, in effect, having that oversupply, if you like to call it, against the requirement for monitoring purpose, we are being consistent with government policy on boosting the supply of housing. And I think also important just to mention the emerging local plan. So our preferred option for the housing requirement is to use the standard method, but also to increase that with an uplift to allow for the existing agreed unmet need for Oxford. And then there is a draft policy in the emerging local plan that sets out that housing requirement.
Could I just clarify that just 2 points before you move on? You said that the housing requirement was set by the local plan part 2. Presumably the requirement was in the local plan part 1 and part 2 showed where it would be provided, or did it change the requirement?
It did change because we had the addition of the Oxford unmet need. So it is typically policy 4A together with the original core policy 4 combined establish what the housing requirement is, and it's LPP2 that sets out that combined requirement.
Thank you. And then just the other point, and I think it might just be the terminology, you said that you were using the 5-year, for monitoring the 5-year housing land supply, you used the standard method.
Yeah.
But then you also, as a planning authority, decided that you would maintain the supply. Did you mean the requirement? You'd maintain the requirement in local plan part 2?
No, I mean the supply. So we cannot change the requirement from the 10A review, but the 10A review had to, in order to comply with new NPPF, because we'd moved from the SHMA method to the standard method, because the Vale plan was originally pre-2019 NPPF. I do mean supply because the supply vastly outstrips the requirement against the standard method, and that's because the standard method in Vale is lower than the original requirement would have been. But the regulation 10A review did not alter the stance in terms of the supply of housing.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Lambert.
Thank you. And then just thinking about housing supply, in terms of housing supply in the emerging joint local plan and in the Vale plan, what are the differences, if any?
So the emerging joint local plan, it's one of these plans that has the full raft of options in it, and then a preferred option and draft policies as well for the Regulation 18 consultation. So the preferred option for that housing requirement, like I said, was to use the standard method plus an uplift for unmet need. And then it sets out the housing requirements in policy HOU1. HOU2 then sets out the supply for each district. HOU2, that's on page 149 of the emerging joint local plan. So the supply for Vale is 21,759 homes against the requirement for Vale of 14,390 homes. So essentially, no site within Vale has been proposed to be deallocated, and the supply of homes that was envisaged in LPP1 and LPP2, if it hasn't been completed, is still envisaged to come forward in the emerging joint local plan.
Just another point from Mr. Turnbull in his proof at paragraph 2.7. He says that Vale now has a 4-year requirement. Can I just have your evidence on that point, please?
Yes. I think there was a misunderstanding about the housing land supply calculation and the emerging local plan. There is no 4-year housing requirement in the emerging local plan. So while, yes, Vale's housing requirement is lower than previous plans, obviously you can see that on an annual basis it's lower as well. That's a really good way to compare between the plan periods. But what I think was presented there was a misrepresentation of the position of the councils. So a 4-year housing requirement for monitoring purposes, I don't believe bears reflection on the emerging local plan position. And as I've said, it's supply that's important to weigh up when considering the implications of this scheme and the compliance with the development plan. I think that is more relevant than the requirement, and it's certainly not relevant to refer to a 4-year supply position for monitoring purposes.
Thank you. And then we had 2 different opinions from Mr. Turnbull and Mr. Tamplin with regard to weight to the emerging local plan. Can I ask you please to turn up the MPPF, its core document G20. And paragraph 48.
Yes?
Just help the inspector with what you say about weight to the emerging local plan.
Yes, so in my view, I think the argument that anything more than limited weight should be applied to a Regulation 18 plan isn't correct. So in paragraph 48, that's what gives us the guide about what weight to apply to relevant policies and emerging plans. And we have to take account of all of those criteria. And I don't believe any of those justify anything more than limited weight. So criteria A, the stage of preparation of the emerging plan, the more advanced its preparation, the greater the weight that may be given. And the reality is that the joint local plan is only at Regulation 18 stage, and that is the first formal stage of making a plan, and those further stages 19, 20, 24, 26 have all yet to happen. The second criteria then, B, is the extent to which there are unresolved objections to relevant policies, and the less significant the unresolved objections, the greater the weight that may be given. So consultation has just closed on that, so we cannot know yet what the extent of those unresolved objections are. I think we know they're in the hundreds, but we don't know what the extent of those comments are, and we won't know that yet for several weeks. And also we do have to have a series of engagements and embark on some resolutions that have yet to be progressed or resolved with neighbouring authorities, which is another thing we have to understand the extent of unresolved objections. And then the final criteria is C, the degree of consistency of the relevant policies in the emerging plan to this framework. The closer the policies in the emerging plan to the policies in the framework, the greater the weight that may be given. Now, I'm sure the councils hope that it will be the case, that the plan is fully consistent with that MPPF. But we do need to undertake at least the exercise described in criteria B as a minimum to make any judgment on the extent of compliance and to review the stakeholder feedback on that matter as well. And I think to be obviously sure of compliance with the MPPF, we at least need to have some conclusions from an examining inspector to a plan. I think that would give you some certainty about applying some more weight at that stage of plan making. So I believe in judging weight against all of those criteria, that limited weight is the appropriate consideration for that plan. I would just say, though, I don't believe it's of much consequence to suggest that applying more than limited weight should be something that materially changes the position. As I've said, we have an emerging local plan that has now a joint spatial strategy, and the adopted plans clearly had that strategy that focused development in Science Vale, and the emerging local plan has a now joined spatial strategy with that same focus in Science Vale. Policy SP1 that continues to focus growth at Science Vale and our garden communities. And the joint local plan also relies upon the supply from Vale housing and employment sites that were previously allocated and carried forward from LPP1 and LPP2. So I don't believe that there is much consequence to considering that in any case.
Could I just ask before you go on, the Regulation 18 consultation, that version of the plan, I'm assuming that was published before the new framework emerged, or does it, the December 2023?
I believe we had a week or two to make last-minute adjustments to it before it was published.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just to finish off that point about the emerging local plan and whether it has any consequences, how much weight to put on it, you talked about the focus of the spatial strategy. And what about Hif1?
Hif1 remains a scheme listed in IN3, in policy IN3 for transport, infrastructure and safeguarding. And there's very much within policy IN3 that would continue to suggest that the Hif1 scheme aligns with the policy and the intention of the plan. So there is a list of transport schemes, and those schemes are listed in the policy. We refer to the local transport and connectivity plan aims, that the transport corridors are safeguarded, and that it will cater for a range of transport modes. And it does explicitly state all retained and revised safeguarded schemes will allow for more travel modes than the private car alone. And then there are pipeline transport schemes and transport priorities in part 1 of that emerging policy. And there it says the council, working with Oxfordshire County Council and relevant stakeholders, will support the following infrastructure schemes and transport priorities. It also says development should contribute to the delivery of these schemes and priorities where appropriate. And there are a number of things listed there of relevance: the local cycling walking infrastructure plans and the delivery of schemes included in those, maintaining and improving public transport services and associated facilities. It mentions the improvements to Culham Railway Station, which, while not linked to the Hif1 scheme, is linked to a site that's linked to the Hif1 scheme. It also mentions at K the delivery of safeguarded and identified transport infrastructure which are required to support the development required in the plan period and beyond. And in L, it mentions the planning and delivery of route-based strategies on the road network, including mitigation for congestion and highway safety issues. And then in part 5, there's the list of safeguarded schemes, which are also on the emerging policies map. If not already incorporated, active and sustainable transport infrastructure improvements should be incorporated into the transport infrastructure scheme at the detailed design stage. And then we have the schemes listed.
Thank you. So that's all in IN3, and for the inspector's note, that's G18, page 505. More specifically on policies now, we were told by Mr Turnbull that Vale policy, this is in part 1, CP17, was out of date. Can we turn that up, please? So that's core document 0201 and page 91, paginated page 91.
Ms Lambert, that last reference, the inspector's report, paragraph...
It's actually the emerging local plan, and it's G18, paginated page 505.
Sorry, if you could just bear with me. It's the 1.8. Right. I had 505 down, but it didn't match. Right, thank you.
Okay, we don't. So that was where I think Mrs. Baker was reading from when she was telling us about the components of emerging policy IN3. And now, if we can have a look, please, at CP17, which is in core document G0201, page 91. Mrs. Baker, do you have CP17?
I do.
And you'll remember that Mr. Turnbull complained about the local transport plan 4 being included in CP17. I don't think we need to turn up the new transport plan, which is the Local Transport Connectivity Plan, LTCP. But if you can help us with this, in terms of the components of Hif1, what does the LTCP include that LTP4 includes?
I don't believe there's anything it would have included, anything new that the LTCP hadn't otherwise. And I don't think we agree that there's an inconsistency there between CP17, but we would, of course, always refer to the latest, whether it be LTP or LTCP in the plan at the time that it is published.
Thank you. And then also we were told that the policy is out of date because it's inconsistent with paragraph 115 MPPF. That was Mr. Tamplin who said that. So can we turn up paragraph 115 MPPF, and that's core document G20.
Okay.
And then it also be useful if you can have open the 2012 MPPF, which is inquiry document 17, INQ 17. So I don't think it's a matter of dispute that it was 2012 MPPF that would have been in force when Part 1 was being examined. Is that right?
It was.
Is there any comparison you want to draw between 2012 MPPF and the current MPPF in terms of paragraph 115?
So the current paragraph 115 says development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts of the road network would be severe. And then paragraph 32 of the MPPF, 2012. Yes, the 2012 MPPF, paragraph 32. The final bullet point there, that states development should only be prevented or refused on transport grounds where the residual cumulative impacts of development are severe. So you can see there that those paragraphs, that the new MPPF paragraph, that broadly echoes what the 2012 MPPF, that was the MPPF that the Vale LPP1 was tested against for soundness purposes at examination. I do not see anything materially different in terms of the intention of either 115 of the new MPPF or the paragraph 32. I don't think we have an explanation from objectors exactly how CP17 doesn't comply with that slightly different wording, but I just don't see anything materially different between those two.
And then the same exercise in relation to the complaint from Mr. Turnbull, which is in relation to paragraph 116 of the current MPPF.
Yes, I believe he referred to paragraph 116 criteria A
Yes.
specifically.
Yes.
So when we did the Regulation 10A review of LPP1, we hadn't picked up this as an inconsistency. So paragraph 116 of the current MPPF, this talks about, within this context, applications for development should give, and then A, give priority first to pedestrian and cycle movements, both within the scheme and with neighbouring areas, and second, so far as possible, to facilitate access to high-quality public transport with layouts that maximise the catchment area for bus or other public transport services and appropriate facilities that encourage public transport use. So this broadly echoes the 2012 MPPF, again, the MPPF against which CP17 was tested. There, I would point you to paragraph 35 of the 2012 MPPF. So paragraph 35 states, plans should protect and exploit opportunities for the use of sustainable transport modes for the movement of goods or people. Therefore, development should be located and designed where practical to, and then the two relevant criteria there are accommodate the efficient delivery of goods and supplies and give priority to pedestrian and cycle movements and have access to high quality public transport facilities. So again, I don't see anything materially different in terms of the intention of either of those paragraphs. And again, I don't think we have a specific explanation as to how CP17 does not comply with that wording of the 2023 MPPF.
There's also a suggestion from objectors that there was pressure on Vale of Whitehorse District Council to accept Hif1, or that it was imposed on it in some way by the County Council. Do you know anything about that?
Nothing at all, no insight into what that refers to. Hif1's clearly supported in the Vale adopted development plan.
Right, we can turn to the main issues now then. Main issue 1, consistency of proposals with national policy on housing, essentially the link between Hif1 and housing delivery. Can we turn back to the local plan part 1, so CD 0201, and can I ask you to turn up page 76, please, Mrs. Baker?
Okay.
And can you please summarise to the inspector what has been the strategy in this area and why?
Yes. So the spatial strategy has 3 main strands. These seek to focus sustainable growth in Science Vale. That's the key one. But then also to reinforce the service centre roles of the main settlements, and also to promote thriving villages and rural communities. You can see on figure 4.1, that's on page, I think it's 39.
Yeah, it's page 40 of the document.
I think it's page
42 of the PDF.
Yeah, 42 PDF, page 39 of the document. So you can see those 3 main strands there on figure 4.1. The first is that focus of sustainable growth within the Science Vale area. And then under that, you see we have promoting Science Vale as a world-class location for science and tech-based enterprise and innovation, especially the enterprise zones at Milton Park and Harwell campus. And we have there allocating appropriate land for strategic housing growth. And then there are specific locations there within the Science Vale area. We have mention of redevelopment of Didcot A power station, and also delivering a comprehensive package of strategic and local infrastructure and services alongside that housing and employment growth focused in Science Vale. And lastly, working jointly with South Oxfordshire District Council to drive forward delivery of high quality development across Science Vale, including the provision of enabling infrastructure. the strategy for Vale is then explained a little more on page 37 of LPP1.
Is this PDF page 37?
This is document page 37, so that would be PDF 39. In 4.2, it says that the spatial strategy is underpinned by 5 core policies. And that's core policy 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Key one just to make reference to here is core policy 6, meeting business and employment needs. Core policy 7, providing and supporting infrastructure and services. So the strategy for Vale in a number of important opportunities that were available to Vale at the time. So we had the designation of Didcot as a garden town. We have Science Vale area, which has a number of significant centres of employment, especially Harwell and Milton Park. And at the time, just before LPP1, we had Milton Park designated as an enterprise zone. And we also had those employment centres set in the context of, it was a key growth area within the Oxfordshire Strategic Economic Plan of that time as well. And it was intended that Science Vale would be a significant focus for investment. Not just Science Vale, but Science Vale was part of what was called the knowledge spine through Oxfordshire. It extends up through a corridor up to Bicester. And we also had Didcot A power station that closed in 2013. And again, that was another significant opportunity for further development in the area, for redevelopment. So it was envisaged that we'd have this growth focus in Science Vale. We had the Garden Town investments, and all of this could set the right context for bringing about some sustainable planned growth. And with that, a good business case for more investment in the area. And you can see there is that link in the strategy between the housing focus, the employment focus, and the investment focus that brings within Vale, and the infrastructure that supported it has been a critical part of that strategy too.
Thank you. Turning to the housing, on page 81, paginated page 81, core policy 15, and here we have part 1, allocations. Can you tell the inspector which of these allocations is linked to Hif1?
Yes, so there are some significant allocations in Vale here linked to Hif1. I wouldn't point so much to Wantage and Grove, but those around Didcot. So you're looking at the villages of Harwell, Milton. So you've got the two there, Valley Park, Northwest Valley Park. There on the entrance to the Hif1 scheme. We have 3 schemes around Harwell, Sutton Courtenay, and Milton Heights as well, which we've estimated to link to Hif1 as well. Valley Park and Northwest Valley Park are the two that haven't got a completion on yet. Those are the 2 outstanding ones.
So Valley Park and Northwest Valley Park not completed, but the others are completed.
That's right. So Valley Park, that I think, yes, that's, if you go to, are we on? Yes, North Valley Park and Northwest Valley Park are the 2 on there that haven't been completed. Milton Heights, Harwell, and east of Sutton Courtenay. East of Sutton Courtenay has permission, but the other 2, Milton Heights, west of Harwell, are complete.
And we see there a number for Valley Park being 2550. What's the number now expected for Valley Park?
I believe Valley Park had a capacity estimate $4,250, but the allocation was for 2,550.
Okay, thank you. And if we just rewind a little bit to the examining inspector's report for local plan part 1, which is G205, core document G205. And looking at the section which starts issue 7 on paginated page 39, paragraphs 143 to 145. We see in paragraph 143 that the inspector notes the policies of the plan providing for improvements to transport. Then at paragraph 144, the inspector looks at the evaluation of transport impact study, the ETI. And paragraph 145, the inspector says that he's read and heard much debate about the robustness of the impact study's findings. No convincing and detailed evidence to demonstrate that the study's conclusions are not robust. And then at the end of that paragraph 145, what does he say about the starting point for the situation in Vale?
Yes, the final sentence there, he says, in considering this point, I have borne in mind that the starting point situation for Vale is as a district which very much suffers from traffic congestion. And that was a statement in 2016.
Yeah, that's a statement in 2016. And now we are where we are. In terms of Vale, we just looked at the allocations linked to Hif. You told us which were completed. Having reminded ourselves what the examination inspector took to be the starting point, in terms of developments and permissions, what are the impacts now in Vale without Hif1?
Yes, so we are 8 years on, and Vale, as you can see from the numbers, has facilitated the delivery of a significant amount of development locally since then. So this situation can only have gotten worse, and I think it is an untenable position to consider that those communities are facing the prospect of a remedy to some of this being refused.
Okay, so that's the housing. And then issue 2, consistency with national policy on strong competitive economy. You took us through some of the background and context to the Vale local plan. In terms of the strategy for employment growth, how is this related to the housing strategy? And then how is that reliant on Hif? If you can deal with those points, thank you.
I think the economic strategy and the housing strategy are very similar in that Didcot Garden Town designation influenced it. The strategic economic plan focused for Science Vale as an area of investment, and with Didcot A becoming available. So that Science Vale based focus for employment was appropriate for the local plan part 1 strategy, and that the new housing growth would be able to complement that new employment and the job creations that were forecast from it. And it was thought that this would support the vitality and viability of the area and help to facilitate that delivery of infrastructure that sat in that strategy to new or enhanced infrastructure services and facilities in a focused area. We have the Vale spatial strategy for South East Vale sub-area, core policy 15. I think we went to that earlier. That's page 81, paginated 83, PDF. So you can see the employment strategy for that sub-area, with 208 hectares of employment land provided for business and employment growth. And then there are strategic employment sites, and the three relevant to this area, Didcot Power Station, Milton Park and Harwell, are the last three listed employment sites. So this was part of the rationale, really, for that focus on Science Vale to be adopted in the Vale local plan. And what we see is Science Vale has around 70% of the projected jobs and around 75% of the strategic housing that were projected to be delivered. So it very much was a focus.
Thank you. And then turning back to the MPPF G20, paragraph 85. What do you say about this paragraph and a strong competitive economy and the proposals?
Yes, so paragraph 85, I think this, I've written in my proof, is very relevant guidance to help justify why the Hif1 scheme is important and how the Vale plan effectively responds to this part of the MPPF. So paragraph 85 talks about planning policies and decisions helping to create conditions that business can invest, expand and adapt, with significant weight placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity, taking into account local business needs and wider opportunities for development. The approach taken should allow each area to build on its strengths, counter any weaknesses, and address the challenges of the future. And this is particularly important where Britain can be a global leader in driving innovation and in areas with high levels of productivity, which should be able to capitalise on their performance and potential. And as I've set out, the Vale strategy encapsulates this point in the MPPF. It does set a strategy to bring about those conditions for businesses to invest, expand and adapt, and Vale has built on its strengths and identified the weaknesses that it has and sought to secure multiple paths of investment and funding to overcome those, with a very strong business case to do so. So it's my view that significant weight should be applied to the ability of this application to overcome some of those weaknesses and to support what the development plan has been aiming to implement.
Thank you. Now, the third main issue for the Secretary of State is for Mr Butler to deal with later. So there's just two other matters to cover off with you, please, Mrs Baker. One is that you touch on the inspector's second main issue, which is about transport modelling being robust. You're not a transport modeller, obviously, but to deal with Mr Turnbull's complaint about the housing requirement figure being lower in the emerging plan and whether that feeds through to an issue in transport modelling. What do you say is relevant? Supply, housing supply, or the housing requirement in the plan?
As you say, I am no transport modeller. But when the District Council engages with the County Council on any modelling work, we would always supply the housing supply and any other employment supply or any other sites towards it. It is not the housing requirement. It's the supply figures that we provide to the transport consultants to assist us with that modelling.
And do you have any comments on the change in time period of the emerging local plan that Mr Turnbull referred to?
Only that I don't see that as having a consequence, a material consequence. So those sites that are still outstanding are still projected to come forward, but over a longer period. I think this may alter a particular road demand in a particular year, but I'm told this makes no material difference from our transport planner at the district. And also some of the sites in the plans were allocated knowing that there was they would deliver over the plan period in any case.
Thank you. I'm going to let you provide your overall conclusions at the end of your examination in chief with Ms. Dring, but just before I do, if this planning permission is not granted, what do you say is the impact on funding and on housing and employment in Vale?
I raised this in my proof as well about the background to the Hif funding. We obviously are not receiving that. That's the County Council receiving the funding. But we know it was a capital programme that was awarded to authorities in order to provide funding for infrastructure to deliver homes, to unlock the homes in those areas of greatest demand. I've heard some suggestions or ideas for alternatives to the scheme, but I haven't seen a feasible alternative so far. And in any case, from what I understand, the funding was for this scheme, and if it doesn't happen, we lose the funding. And just a potential consequence of the refusal, it puts us in a very poor position where we could be back to having highway objections on schemes, and this obviously would have some consequence for our 5-year housing land supply, particularly when you consider the area is such a focus for growth. If we're unable to approve applications on highway grounds, that's extremely consequential for the supply position, and also consequential for the emerging joint local plan, which again relies heavily on a strategy to focus and complete the developments in this area.
Thank you. I'm handing you over to Ms. Dring now.
Thank you very much. Ms. Baker, obviously you've already been introduced, so I'm not going to go all over that again. Just in terms of the structure of this part of your evidence, we'll look at the Secretary of State's first main issue of essentially housing and the link between Hif1 and housing, and then the same with the issue 2 in the economy, then just touch on some points about sustainable travel, and then I've got some miscellaneous points for you at the end. So can I start then with national policy on housing and the link between Hif1 and housing delivery? And just before we get into the detail of sites, you've touched on in your proof of evidence at paragraphs 24 and 25 the overall spatial strategy for South Oxfordshire. Ms Lambert's obviously just asked you to go through what the position is for Vale. You discussed the reasons for focusing growth in the Science Vale, Garden Town, the business case for growth and so on. Is the position similar for South Oxfordshire and the approach that was taken spatially, or is there something different that the inspector needs to be aware of?
They are different strategies, but the core, the first element of the South Oxfordshire spatial strategy in Policy Strat 1 is the same as Vale, which is to focus development in Science Vale. There are other strands to the strategy, but again, we have 70% of the housing in South focused within Science Vale.
Thank you. Now, what I'd like to do is just focus on particular allocations and look at their links to the Hif1 scheme. Now, I think those are principally Strat 9, housing at Culham, Strat 10, Roman 1 at Berensfield, and then Strat 3 and its link policy H2 at Didcot. Can we start with Strat 9 and 10? Because they're obviously single sites. And what I'd like you to do is just for the inspector kind of flesh out a bit these allocations, why they were chosen to deliver large amounts of housing, kind of what the strategic thinking was. The references in if we want to look at the local plan, the Culham allocation is dealt with from page 46 onwards, and the Berensfield allocation at page 53 onwards. So perhaps if you start with Culham, obviously we've heard quite a bit about the employment allocation. Do you want to just give us some background on the housing, please?
Yeah, so it's page 49, policy strat 9 is land adjacent to Culham Science Centre. So this was a large strategic allocation for around 3,500 homes and at least 7.3 hectares of employment land, 3 pitches for gypsy and traveller provision. There are new schools, healthcare, local provision for retail, parks and green spaces, allotments, play spaces, all delivering a low carbon scheme informed by a master plan. So the Strat 9 site, that was allocated helping to co-locate housing and employment in a key location, again within Science Vale. It aligns with that spatial strategy focus for development in Science Vale. It also helped to contribute towards the Didcot Garden Town delivery plan. Because the site had specific assets like the railway station that was in operation. It was also next to a key employer at Culham. And also Culham had ambitions for the current and the adjacent site that particularly aligned with things like the Science Vale area strategy and the set to encourage those linkages between Didcot, Milton Park, Abingdon, and even northwards up to Oxford. You know, those linkages would improve. Criteria 6 of policy strat 9 then talks about the infrastructure that it requires. In criteria A mentions the new junction onto the A415.
So sorry, you're in, I think, paragraph 2, Roman 6, are you?
Yes.
So you're on page, we can see page 49 with the start of paragraph 2, proposals to develop Culham will be expected to deliver. And then over the page, is that the Roman 6 that you're
Roman
reading from?
6 it is, yes.
Thank you.
And then A of that is new junctions onto the A415, significant contributions towards the Clifton-Hampden bypass, the Culham to Didcot to Culham River crossing and upgrading the A4074 and the B4015 junction at Golden Balls. And then B is provision of excellent transport, sustainable transport facilities, including but not limited to new and improvements to existing cycle and footpaths, including contributions towards a cycle premium route that's proposed between Didcot and Culham, provision of a new cycle bridge and associated connectivity and paths across the River Thames. I should just explain that's not the bridge that's relevant to this planning application. That is a separate element of infrastructure that sought to link Culham northwards to Abingdon with a cycle and pedestrian bridge. So that is a separate bridge that this allocation would deliver. There's also bus improvements, including provision of a scheduled bus service with a minimum of 2 buses per hour between Berensfield, Culham and Abingdon. And C mentions those contributions to Culham Station, longer platforms, public realm, new station building, potentially car parking, which the Strat 9 site would help with that business case for that expansion. Paragraph 6 of Strat 9 then explicitly states that the number and phasing of homes to be permitted and the timing of housing delivery linked to the planned infrastructure needs to be informed by further evidence as per the requirements of other policies in the plan, including policy trans 4. So I think what you have is policy strat 9 that envisages a site that delivers some positive things in tandem with the housing and employment provision that it allocates. and there were a lot of advantages that Culham had over some competitive sites at that time, despite it being within the Greenbelt. And South Oxfordshire District Council then embarked on their local plan with what they thought were a strong evidence case to allocate that site. And I think when it got to that examination process and we received the inspector's report, we had some good explanations about why the inspector agreed with that allocation, and that helps to explain some of the benefits of it as well. It might help if we go to that inspector's report.
Yeah, so that's core document, I think, G1.8, not to be confused with G18. 1.8.
Yeah. If you go to paragraph 73,
So we're on page 20.
page 20, yes. The fourth line from the end of the paragraph. Strat 9 will provide a substantial number of homes adjacent to the important employment and research centre at Strat 8 Culham Science Centre. And then paragraph 117. That's on page 28. In conjunction with Strat 8, the development would be of sufficient size to create a new fully sustainable settlement with substantial employment provision, together with education, healthcare, convenience floor space. The allocation would provide homes adjacent to Strat 8 with its significant potential for growth. And then paragraph 122. That's page 29. Strat 9 includes requirements for contributions towards a cycle route towards Didcot and a scheduled bus service between Berensfield, Culham and Abingdon, with the potential for extending the service to other locations. It also requires the preservation and enhancement of the Greenbelt Way and River Thames long-distance footpaths. The following paragraph 123, the site includes Culham Railway Station. The allocation will be well placed to take advantage of and support an improvement in rail services. Strat 9 requires contributions towards improvements to the station. The allocation would strengthen the business case for significant service enhancements and for investment in new infrastructure to increase rail capacity generally between Oxford and Didcot.
While we're just on that page, paragraph 121, does that help us with, in terms of the timing of Hif1 related to the delivery
It
of the
mentions
housing?
timing specifically. The intention is that the transport schemes will be delivered by 2024.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
I was going to take you then to paragraph 129. Which is the concluding paragraph on page 30, taking all of the above factors into account, the benefits of the allocation in terms of providing a large number of new homes to address overall housing need and affordable housing need in Science Vale, in a sustainable location adjacent to a major employment location, outweigh the degree of harm arising from the removal of this land from the Greenbelt. There are exceptional circumstances to release the site from the Greenbelt.
I think I'll just pick up a couple of points that you made during that section of your evidence. Firstly, in terms of the size of this allocation, you said 3,500 homes. I think the point's been made on behalf of UK AEA that that's the largest allocation in the plan. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
It is, yes.
You also spoke about the fact that in this location we've got a co-location of housing and employment. I mean, can you just elaborate on that a bit further? What do you say are the benefits of that approach?
I don't think you can always guarantee that the people who work adjacent are going to live adjacent, and vice versa, that people who live there are going to work there. But as we understand it, there are a local, with every employment site, there tends to be a more local catchment. So whenever you have a large strategic employment site, you should always capitalise and try and ensure that the housing is accessible in order to minimise those trips and journeys as much as possible.
And then you also spoke about Greenbelt. The Greenbelt, we looked at the bit of the touched on the local plan inspector's report, the last paragraph that you took us to there, paragraph 129. Obviously, that's a topic that's coming later, and Ms. Baumann will address that. But just obviously, the inspectors found exceptional circumstances to release the housing site from the Greenbelt. Is there any relevance so far as the Hif1 scheme is concerned from that conclusion?
I believe the plan sets out what the exceptional circumstances are for each of the sites.
Well, I think the paragraph you read out, paragraph 129, was the inspector's conclusion about the benefits in terms of providing large number of new homes, affordable housing, sustainable location, adjacent to major employment location, so that outweighed the degree of harm arising from the removal of this land from the Greenbelt. There are exceptional circumstances. Does any of that apply to the road in your view, or is that an issue? Is that justification solely in relation to the housing site? If you'd rather I leave this to Ms. Baumann, that's fine. I appreciate we're slightly trespassing out of your area.
Yeah, I haven't made any conclusions on that.
All right. And just before we leave Strat 9, when was it anticipated that site would deliver? Do you remember there was some earlier evidence about suggestions that site had been delayed already? When was it anticipated that housing would be delivered on this site?
So when the local plan was adopted, it was envisaged that Culham would not feature within the first 5 years of the plan. I believe it was a 2026, 2027 start date when the plan was adopted. Our most recent position in the 5-year housing land supply monitoring, we envisage a 2029-2030 start date. Although I believe the promoters want to bring it forward sooner.
Okay.
Apologies, I need to correct that.
Okay.
It's 2028, 2029.
Right. Thank you. Shall we move on to the Berensfield allocation then, and just go through a sort of similar exercise with just giving us a bit more information about why that location was identified?
Yes, so Berensfield is Strat 10 and Strat 10I of the plan. It hasn't had as much coverage so far as Culham, but I think it's got no less compelling reasons for its allocation and its benefits once it's delivered. So this is an allocation at a designated garden village. The proposal here would extend the existing village of Berensfield, and that would provide 1,700 homes, as well as an additional 5 hectares of employment and some supporting facilities and services too. In terms of the benefits of Strat 10, we can go again to the inspector's conclusions to the South Oxfordshire local plan. So that was policy G 0.18, is that
Yes,
Yes.
1.8, yes.
1.8? So if we go to paragraph 131,
Yeah, so I think page 30, which is where we left it last time.
yes,
Yeah.
page 30, where we talk about Berensfield. The inspector concludes that Berensfield Village scores adversely in the indices of deprivation in the areas of income, education, skills and training, employment and other factors, whilst its housing tenure mix is more unbalanced than other parts of the district, with higher levels of social rent. The regeneration of Berensfield is a council priority with a funded community investment scheme and an identified regeneration package. And policy Strat 10 states that the number of new homes should demonstrably support the regeneration of Berensfield and the delivery of necessary social infrastructure. A little further down at paragraph 140, that's at page 32, that's the conclusion on Berensfield. The allocation would be highly beneficial in that it would make a significant contribution towards meeting South Oxfordshire's housing needs, including affordable housing needs, in a location close to the important research, business and employment establishments in Science Vale, and it would assist in regenerating Berensfield.
Thank you. And when was it anticipated that allocation would be delivering?
That was anticipated to be a longer-term site. Again, not likely to commence within 5 years of the adoption of the plan. And at the time of the local plan adoption, the estimate was to begin delivering in 2025-2026. Our most recent estimate, again, in the 5-year housing land supply position, is for Berensfield to be delivering homes in 2031-2032. Although, again, I believe the promoters are seeking an earlier delivery.
And shall we just have a quick look at some of the policy wording there, as we did with the Strat 9 allocation? So if we go to page, I think it's 57 of the local plan, we can see again at paragraph 2, the proposals to develop land at Berensfield will be expected to deliver, and then there's a list.
Yes.
If we go again to the Roman 6, do you just want to pick out anything of relevance there in relation to infrastructure?
Yes. So criteria Roman 6, this again lists the necessary transport infrastructure, and within it we see at criteria C, Clifton Hampden bypass, Thames River crossing, Culham to Didcot, Garden Town.
And then if you go to paragraph 4, is that similar to what we've already seen in Strat 9?
Yes, it's very similar wording, the number and phasing of homes to be permitted and the timing of the housing delivery linked to the planned infrastructure needs to be informed by further evidence as per the requirements of other policies in the plan, including policy Trans 4.
Thank you. Unless there's anything else you want to say about Culham and Berensfield, shall we move on to the Didcot sites?
Okay.
So it's slightly more of a complex policy route here, but if we go to first to Strat 3, which begins on page 32 of the local plan. And paragraph 2 identifies that to deliver Didcot Garden Town, housing allocations at Didcot are made in policy H2, new housing in Didcot, so we know we need to look to H2 for the sites. Can you just comment on paragraph 3, though, while we're here?
Yes, paragraph 3 points to the significant infrastructure improvements committed to under policy Trans 1B. Infrastructure will need to be in place to enable sites allocated in the local plan in and around Didcot to be delivered.
I don't think we necessarily need to turn it up, but is it your understanding that the Hif1 scheme is in Trans 1B?
Yes.
Right, shall we go to this policy H2 then, the Didcot sites? That is on page 90.
Sorry.
90, Adam, thank you. So there's a list of sites, locations there with indicative capacities, but it tells us just underneath that table, some of the dwellings proposed in policy H2 have already been completed since 2011. Some are on sites that have planning consent, because we can see that some of those are I think, pulled forward from earlier plans. So can you just clarify for the inspector which of those sites have already been completed and which ones are still outstanding to deliver?
Yes, I'll comment on each. So Lady Grove East has outline planning consent. Didcot North East is...
Sorry, if you're going, can you just keep at a pace so I can keep up with you? Yeah, thank you.
Lady Grove East, so that has outline planning consent.
Thank you.
Right.
And while we're there, obviously we can see the dwelling capacity is 642. Does that match the planning consent?
The planning consent is for 750 homes.
Thank you.
Didcot North East is being delivered in multiple parcels. So there are a number of planning consents and some parcels have completed on Didcot North East. Great Western Park is now complete. Vauxhall Barracks has no planning consents, so that is outstanding. Orchard Centre Phase 2 doesn't have any planning consents, so that is outstanding. The homes for Didcot Gateway do not have planning consent, so that is outstanding. Haddon Hill is now complete. And the land south of the A4 130 is now complete.
I think we can probably take this more quickly, but just in terms of the sort of strategy for identifying these allocations and the benefits to be delivered from them, you just sort of summarise, focusing on those that are still outstanding.
So yeah, the new ones in there, particularly the ones that haven't completed yet, there was a lot of influence there from the Didcot Garden Town delivery plan, and particularly Orchard Centre Phase 2 is in a very key location in the town centre that could help some of the regeneration needed in parts of the town centre. Vauxhall Barracks is in a very strategic location on a main route into Didcot, very close again to the town centre, close to the railway station, so it's an ideal location. And the other one that's outstanding is Didcot Gateway, again, from the Garden Town delivery plan. That was envisaged as a very key gateway from Didcot Parkway Station. It is in the vicinity of the entrance to that. It's on a key route which has got some ambitions for from the County Council to to pedestrianise and ensure that is a better environment on that key route into the town centre. So important sites for allocation.
And we've obviously looked at the local plan inspector's report a couple of times now. Is there anything in particular from there that you want our inspector to note in relation to the Didcot sites and the infrastructure requirements?
I think paragraph 182.
Sorry, 182. Or...
I think it was 182. Yes, paragraph 182, page 40. So when the inspector concluded on the soundness of developments around Didcot, he said at paragraph 182 that the Housing Infrastructure Fund bid of 218 million for transport improvements has now been approved, and this will enable infrastructure to support key development sites in and around Didcot, but some of this is intended to address existing constraints. Even if it were possible to deliver more housing at Didcot than is already committed and allocated, which is improbable given the issues discussed above and in issue 2, it would be likely to result in physical and social infrastructure lagging behind growth.
Thank you. So we've obviously looked at the policy wordings for each of those Strat 3, Strat 9 and Strat 10.1, and that similar policy wording that we see in each of those policies about the timing and delivery linked to the planned infrastructure. Sort of taking a step back from that then, what do we know about the ability of these sites to come forward without the Hif1 scheme?
Clearly there were conclusions from the inspector and explicit within the policies that we need the scheme in order to deliver the sites. So I think there's multiple references from the inspector there, and it's embedded within the policies. The sites are linked to Hif1. They're an important part of delivering against the spatial strategy. And I think without Hif1, those wouldn't have been the sites that were allocated.
Can I turn briefly to the releasing development strategy, which you've referred to in your proof? The strategy itself is, I think, an appendix to Mr. Wisdom's proof. I don't want to go into the detail of that with you at this point, but you've described the effect of it.
Yeah.
Are there any major developments in the vicinity of the Hif1 scheme that have been allowed under that strategy? And if so, can you tell us kind of what the outcome of that has been? Were there any controls related to Hif and so on?
I'm aware of 2. I'm aware of Lady Grove East, being as that is a key allocation in the plan, so I understand that there is an occupation limit of 250 dwellings before the completion of Hif. And a more recent one is an application for land north of Hobbyhorse Lane in Vale. I believe the release and development strategy was in effect, and the County Council removed their objection following updated modelling, and that was based on the assumption that Hif1 would be in place by 2026.
Sorry, which site was that one?
It's land north of Hobbyhorse Lane.
I think, Madam, both of those, you've obviously got that. I think it was Mr. Wisdom's figure 3, which had various sites with numbers, so you'll be able to see from that where that is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Slide 19, I think, on that.
Thank you.
So those are 2 large. And can you, the Lady Grove East, you've obviously already told us about, that was the 750 with a 250 occupancy limit. Do you know roughly how big the land north of Hobbyhorse Lane? I appreciate that's a Vale site, but how many houses were on that site?
I believe, was it 179? It was around 200. I think it had capacity for 200, but it came forward for a little less.
Okay. Now, in your proof of evidence at paragraph 57, this is where you discuss the release and development strategy. And at the end, you say, without Hif1, it's not reasonable to presume that the current interim strategy that enables planning permissions with highway impacts to be granted can continue. This could risk a return to the circumstances that were experienced in 2019 and 2020 of highway-related issues preventing development. Without the Hif1 scheme, there's a significant risk to the delivery of the South Oxfordshire local plan and the emerging joint local plan. Have you heard anything so far in this inquiry that has changed your view expressed there?
I have not.
I'd just like as well to look at, core document G16. It's a statement submitted to the South Oxfordshire local plan examination. You discussed it at paragraph 16 of your proof. You say that there was an assessment that was carried out which demonstrated that Hif1 would underpin at least 19,319 homes directly within South and Vale. So that the note I think that supports that is this G16. So can you just unpack this a little bit for the inspector and explain how this shows the 19,319 homes being linked to Hif1?
Sorry, can I just ask Ms. String? I
Yes.
can see the heading, Matter 10, Didcot
Yes.
Garden Town. Where was the note submitted to?
This is the note.
Oh, right, so it's just for this inquiry? What,
This was, perhaps was...
for the local plan examination?
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Sorry
Okay.
if I didn't make that clear. Yes, so this was a note submitted to the examination in response to, I think, a query from the inspector. But it's probably better if Ms. Baker just explains it briefly.
Okay, yes. So the question from the inspector was asking a different question, which was about how much growth Didcot and its environs had planned for. What the inspector wanted to know is, did Didcot plan for at least the 15,000 homes that were in the Didcot delivery plan? What we had to do in order to do that was work with the county council, and we used some of the information that was submitted with the Hif bid, as well as some monitoring information from the districts in order to build an accurate picture at that point in time of the homes that were coming forward within Didcot and the surrounding area. So I made reference to this note because it gave an accurate assessment of the homes linked to Didcot and the related areas to the Garden Town area and that Hif area. What it does, it breaks down a number of sites. So these are, if you see the first two on the table on the second page, this includes, miners monitoring, as well as some of the larger allocations. You can see Didcot A, Lady Grove East, and those other sites that were in policy H2. There's also, obviously, Didcot is split, between South and Vale, so there are sites within Vale on this list as well, and that all concluded with a total number of homes in and around Didcot of 19,319. Obviously, that was the case in 2020, and we have had obviously some more minor completions in the last 4 years in the area, and we have had an appeal site that was referenced on day 2 as well for 100 homes east of Lady Grove. So that figure is likely to be higher.
Sorry, and the appeal, not the appeal, the minor completions, are they windfall sites?
Yes, they will be minor windfall sites that will have come forward in Didcot since 2020, yes.
Thank you.
And so how is this relevant to the need for Hif1?
Well, from what I understand about what went into the bidding process, a number of sites that had not yet been completed were put forward as being unlocked. What this shows is, as well as those that have not yet been completed at that point, there were a number of sites which, in the last decade or so, have added transport pressure to the area in and around Didcot.
Thank you. And I think at the conclusion of your evidence in chief with Ms Lambert, you made comments about the possible impact on housing land supply going forward if Hif1 was rejected. Is there anything you want to add to that from a South Oxfordshire perspective?
It's a similar position. South Oxfordshire's strategy is to focus growth in Science Vale. So there is a huge risk that we would be unable to approve applications where that focus is. And as things stand, South Oxfordshire doesn't have a 5-year land supply. But obviously this would compound issues.
Thank you. Then if we move on then to the Secretary of State's issue 2, which is about national policy on the strong competitive economy. Madam, I've just seen you looking and I hadn't appreciated the time was sipping away so much.
I'm just conscious that Ms Baker's been sitting there a long time and might...
Absolutely, this would be
Do you know
a good
how much
moment.
longer you require?
I think we've done the large bulk, so maybe another 20 minutes, half an hour perhaps.
I'm going to suggest we take a short break now. Mr Woolley, do you know how long you're needing cross-examination?
I would think 30 to 45 minutes, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
While we're thinking about timing, I need to fire a very light because one or more of my witnesses is very constrained as to time. And we'll take this up with the programme officer, which is more important. But I thought I ought to warn you that we may have to ask you to change the order of batting.
If you can have that discussion...
we'll talk to the programme officer first.
Talk to the programme officer and she can talk to the other side, or you can talk to the other side yourself. Okay. Thank you. So if we could come back at 10 past, but be ready to go at 10 past. Miss Baker, do you want somebody to get you a drink or anything? You're fine. Right, thank you. If we could be ready to start again at 10 past then. Thank you. So, Ms String, do you want to resume?
Thank you very much. Right, Ms Baker, we're about to move on to the Secretary of State's second issue, which was consistency with national policy on a strong and competitive economy. And you've already described in your evidence how the Hif1 funding was predicated on unlocking housing growth. We've obviously focused already on the allocations. You've taken us through that. You were obviously here the other day when UK AEA presented evidence about the employment allocation at Culham. We heard about the economic activity and growth that was anticipated from that site. We heard about the transport constraints, and we heard about the master plan and how short-term and long-term redevelopment was being constrained by Hif1. So I just want to give you an opportunity to kind of reflect on that and give the inspector your view about the link between Hif1 and employment growth, particularly at Culham.
Yes, so what I heard from UK AEA reflected what our district position is for Culham in the development plan. The plan and the emerging plan have those commitments to making sure that the best outcomes for Culham Science Centre as it transitions can be realised, and we both agree that HIF is an enabler for that. We want to see Culham and its adjacent housing site delivered and ensure that it delivers the benefits that for which the site can enable and deliver those benefits coming forward. And we share the view that the sites are linked and related to HIF and need HIF in order to realise those benefits.
Thank you. And in terms of the Berensfield allocation, I think you said there was it 5 hectares of employment land there, and then Didcot. We've obviously heard already about employment growth at Didcot. I mean, what broadly, what's anticipated, particularly at Berensfield? Haven't really heard much about that.
Employment growth at Berensfield is a 5 hectare addition. It may help if I point to somewhere within our South Oxfordshire local plan. So we go to, is it G01.0? If we go to paragraph 5.17.
What page is that on?
Page 127.
Thank you.
Sorry, which was the paragraph?
5.17.
Thank you.
So this is within our employment chapter of the local plan. So this starts off talking about the strategy to make a strong link between housing growth in Didcot and the business growth needs of Science Vale. And core policy 6 of Vale local plan talks about 28 hectares of land at Milton Park, 6.5 hectares for Didcot. And then the following paragraph, 518, that sets out locations for employment within Science Vale, and that has Culham Science Centre, Didcot, and that strategic site at Berensfield. And then further on page 128 is policy EMP1. And that's where the Berensfield employment allocation is listed for 5 hectares.
And is that employment growth linked to HIF1, as far as you're aware?
The employment growth is linked to the strategic allocation at Berensfield. So yes.
Thank you. Now, you've referred to paragraph 85 of the framework in your proof, and Ms Lambert already took you to that. So I don't want to duplicate what's already been said. With that in mind, is there anything you want to add specifically to South on paragraph 85?
There is, yes. So I answered that in the context of Vale, but equally that paragraph of the MPPF 85 is equally as integral to the considerations that went into the South Oxfordshire local plan. And so if you recall, 85 was talking about supporting growth, productivity and building on strengths and addressing weaknesses. So South's strategy again encapsulates that point in the MPPF. We have a strategy that brings about the conditions for businesses to invest and expand and adapt in Science Vale. We've built on those strengths that we have. We've identified those weaknesses, and in the same light as Vale, we've had multiple paths of investment and funding to overcome those weaknesses. And in the same light as Vale, I think significant weight should be applied to the ability of the Hif application to support what the South Development Plan has been aiming to implement.
Thank you. Can we just move on then to a separate issue, which is about sustainable travel and modal shift? We've obviously heard quite a lot about that as a concept from the objectors. And I just want to have your view on the contribution the Hif1 scheme might make to that. So I'll just take you first to your proof of evidence, paragraphs 60 and 61. You make some comments there about the severance issues caused by the River Thames and also the railway. You say cyclists need to use indirect routes, which are often shared with cars. And then in paragraph 61, towards the end of the paragraph, you say that the scheme, the Hif1 scheme, will help overcome all the physical constraints to the north, offer more choices by various modes of transport. So with that in mind, just want you to reflect on what you've heard from the objectors about the proposed cycling and walking route that goes with the Hif scheme. There's been comments about whether that would be attractive, whether it really is a benefit. Can I have your view on that, please?
Yes, so this part of my proof does address the benefits of the scheme. And we see Hif1 offering a solution to what the development plan makes clear are severance issues, the railway, the river, and the delays that those issues cause. It helps to resolve some connectivity issues. And from what we hear from representations from locals, the frustration for residents and businesses in the area having to deal with the issues that the severance causes. Our view is that this is a multimodal route across those current obstacles. And just as the Didcot Garden Town Delivery Plan set out to tackle these issues, and just like the Science Vale Area Strategy sought to remedy the issues, we believe that this overcomes constraints that we know exists, and we hear from representations from cyclists who use the routes, and we hear from many who don't cycle, but they would if they were offered this choice. Our view is that it offers a choice of modes of transport in a very key location to Culham. And in that respect, it's in accordance with the development plan's aims to enhance that connectivity. It's such a direct route from kind of Didcot and Milton Park area up to Culham. and then from what I've explained, from Culham then up to Abingdon with that further planned infrastructure. I think what we have is an attractive direct cycle and pedestrian scheme over that river, and that connects key places in Science Vale, and I don't see how that could not tempt people away from their cars, which is what the delivery document, the Science Vale Area Strategy, the Transport Plan, the Development Plan are all seeking to achieve.
Thank you. Could we just briefly touch on the garden line, because obviously we heard quite a lot about that last week. Is there anything you want to say about the garden line?
I think you see it in this application. There is a cycle route from Didcot to Culham.
Okay, finally on to sort of sustainable transport. You heard the evidence from the gentleman, I think it was Mr Alcantara from the Culham Bus Club. We've looked at the Oxford Bus Company representations. We heard from UKAEA about how Hif1 was linked to delivering houses, which was then linked to further improvements. Can you just reflect on that evidence? What, in your view, is the link between, or is there a link between the Hif1 scheme, the delivery of housing and sustainable transport improvements?
Going back to the preparation of the South Oxfordshire Local Plan, what I've read, the representation from the bus company mirrors their views at that time. I think in terms of the bus services, in order to tempt people out of those cars and ensure Didcot has better choices in order to have that modal shift, particularly for commuting, then we agree that those bus services need to have a less congested route that doesn't rely on a single track bridge, which is gridlocked at peak times. And I think that the submission from the bus representatives make that important point. And just on rail as well, I think if obviously Hif1 is needed for the housing at Culham, and we need that housing to help justify the rail frequency enhancements and the upgrades to that station. And the housing allocation at Strat9 is contributing to a number of things required by the policy. But you won't get those improvements to Culham Railway Station without the housing. And to get the sustainable transport that we need the houses. And to get the houses, you need Hif1, as explained in Strat9.
Thank you. Finally, I've just got a few miscellaneous points then for you. Firstly, in relation to the South Oxfordshire Local Plan and consistency with the framework, I think the only point that was made about South's plan was by Mr Tamplin in respect of paragraph 115 of the framework. I think his evidence was essentially that any plan that makes provision for new roads has to be viewed as being inconsistent with paragraph 115 because of the climate emergency. So how does the South Local Plan, how has it responded to the climate emergency? Is there any inconsistency in your view on that basis?
This was a very important topic in the examination of the South Oxfordshire Local Plan. And we have some conclusions from the inspector on that issue.
Are we going back to G 1.8 again?
Yes.
The examination report.
Trying to find my reference.
Is it paragraph 51, which I think UKAEA have already looked at? Page 16.
Page 60.
16.
16. Yes, so page 16, paragraph 51, you can see there that the inspectors reflected on the council having declared a climate emergency, but there is nothing in national policy and no convincing evidence to indicate that people's housing needs should be unmet to mitigate the effects of human activity on climate, or that the two objectives are mutually unachievable. So you can see the issue here was grappled with, and he concludes at the end of that the plan as modified includes a number of measures designed to address climate issues effectively, which are discussed throughout the report. And then there is a specific appendix within the South Oxfordshire local plan, which attempts to summarise some of those issues and how the plan has dealt with them. So that's Appendix 16 of the South Oxfordshire local plan, which is on page 297. That's 299 on the PDF. So this appendix, this set out how climate change is addressed in the plan, and it signposts where the local plan satisfies the provisions of section 19(1)(a) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act. I think some key things in there to reflect on might be the policy strat 1. That's page 299 and 300. So at the bottom of 299, you see policy strat 1, where it mentions the focus for major new development in Science Vale. And if you move over to the concluding, the final column on page 300, it talks about the spatial strategy minimising the need to travel to help reduce carbon emissions generated through travel choices. If you go specifically to Strat 9, which we've spoken about as well, which is the conclusion on page 306. Strat 9, the second box down on page 306, the policy supports active travel, alternatives to private car use, improvements to cycle connectivity between Didcot and Culham to reduce carbon emissions generated through travel choices. And Trans 3, page 321, is of specific relevance. The policy safeguards land to support the delivery of transport schemes that will reduce traffic congestion, subsequently lowering carbon emissions.
Thank you. So just thinking back to what Mr Tamplin was saying, insofar as paragraph 115 of the framework is relevant to climate change and the climate emergency, is the South Oxfordshire local plan consistent or inconsistent with that?
It's consistent with paragraph 115.
Thank you. Right, just a couple of minor points then for you. The Didcot Town Delivery Plan, obviously heard quite a lot about that, and I just wondered whether you could clarify for the inspector your understanding of what the status of that plan is and how it relates to the adopted local plan.
Yes, so it is a non-statutory document. It has a number of development principles for Didcot and the surrounding area, and both the Vale Plan and the South Plan have imported those principles in order to guide the development in and around Didcot. So parts of the development plan that needed to reflect the delivery plan have made their way into the 2 adopted plans. So anything that needed to be embedded with that kind of spatial or specific allocation focus has happened.
Thank you. And then finally, there was just some reference to the Golden Balls junction and improvements to that junction. And I think the suggestion was that essentially that should be part of the Hif1 scheme, or should have been brought forward at the same time as that. Does the South Oxfordshire local plan deal with that as a project?
Yes, it is a separate project listed within Policy Trans 3. It is also referenced in the Culham Policy Strat 9 at criteria Roman 6A, and within Policy Strat 10I for Berensfield, criteria Roman 6C.
So if the Hif1 scheme is approved, what impact does that have on any Golden Balls improvements coming forward?
I think they're separate. There's separate triggers for that than Hif. I don't think they're separate pieces of infrastructure, so I don't see the link.
Thank you. So finally, just to kind of conclude then your evidence, you're obviously here still with the inspector's main issue 1 and the strategic need and benefits for the scheme. Can you just give us, please, your overall conclusion on the need for and benefits of the Hif1 scheme from South and Vale point of view?
Yes, so I hope I have given all of the need and benefit information from the development plans perspective. Obviously, we see the Hif scheme as pretty key part of a jigsaw puzzle of infrastructure enhancements that Didcot and its surrounding area need, as well as something specific to enable specific sites. So you've heard this infrastructure's been needed for some time, at least since Didcot commenced with its housing and economic growth in 2014 with its garden town designation. And you've seen the inspector at 2016 in the Vale LPP1 report make comments on the situation then. We have development linked to it, and some's been delivered. But we still have some of the larger Hif1 sites linked to it, and this is the last part of that development to come forward now. So the area does need that scheme to help bring about that final but very strategically important part of the plan change. So there are strategic benefits for housing provision. There are some significant economic benefits that this scheme helps to deliver. It's key to realising the adopted plans. It helps secure infrastructure, which will help remedy some of the challenges that other strategies have highlighted. And it helps to deliver on the Garden Town principles for Didcot, particularly in terms of encouraging a modal shift and those better connections. The scheme will give a congested area more resilience, and it helps to facilitate better choices for people to move around some of our key housing and employment hotspots in this part of Science Vale. And our emerging local plan strategy is also rooted in being able to deliver these same ambitions too. So I hope that points to a very compelling rationale for the need and the very many multiple benefits that it will bring.
Thank you very much, Ms Baker. That concludes Ms Baker's examination in chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Woolley, are you ready?
Miss Baker, you work for two councils. That's fairly unusual, isn't it?
No, in my previous role, I worked for two adjoining councils too.
Did you?
I did.
And because of that, should I be right in assuming that you're equally familiar with the geography of both?
I believe I am, yes.
And the planning history?
I'm more familiar with the history of South than I would be with Vale.
You mentioned just before the break a site called Hobby Horse Lane, and that's in South Oxfordshire, isn't it?
I believe that's in Sutton Courtenay. That would be Vale.
Would it? Anyway, do you know something of the history of that site?
Only it was rooted in an allocation in the Vale local plan, but I know nothing else of the planning history.
Is it a site where there was a successful planning appeal?
Yes, it was. It was granted recently, December, I believe.
Yes, and to go to appeal, I take it South Oxfordshire must have refused permission in the first instance.
I believe it would be Vale.
Oh, the Vale.
Yes.
I beg your pardon.
I believe that did happen, yes.
And I know you're not a traffic expert, but am I right in recollecting that either there was no traffic objection or the objection was withdrawn?
It was withdrawn, I have
Withdrawn,
read.
was it?
Yes.
And why?
I don't know.
I think we heard last week that it was something to do with the phasing of the development. Does that ring a bell?
No, it doesn't.
No.
I don't know.
Anyway, we can't take that any further.
I don't know what else I can
Now,
add.
would you go next to the Minister of State's letter that came in this morning? You have that?
I do.
She writes to Councillor Wood, who'd written to her. He, I imagine, was the leader of Oxfordshire County Council, was he?
I believe he's the leader of Cherwell District Council.
Ah. And it looks as if the other addressees of this letter were also leaders of councils in Oxfordshire. Is that right?
I'm familiar with 3 other district councillors.
Yes. Who is this Stephen Chandler, who doesn't appear to be a councillor?
I don't know.
No. Now, the second paragraph, the Oxfordshire Housing and Growth Deal was a flagship announcement by my predecessors. But when was that deal announced?
It was either 2018 or 2019. I can't recall which.
Yes. And tell me a little more about it. It was made jointly, was it, by the County Council and the department?
Yes, every district council and the county council were signatories to that deal with, would have been MHCLG at the time.
Because I ask you about the department because if we read on, my predecessor, announcement by my predecessors that signalled both Oxfordshire and the government's commitment. So it looks as if the government was involved in some way.
Yes.
To transform housing and growth in the county. It puts you at the forefront of supporting the critical jobs and industry that your county has rightly championed. Let's pause there. Was this the genesis of the substantial housing development that you've been telling us about in Didcot and other parts of this area?
The growth at Didcot very much was spurred from its announcement when it became a garden town, which was pre-growth deal. The growth deal came about 2018, 2019, and the announcement for Didcot Garden Town was 2015, I believe. So that was the point at which those ambitions and the target was set for 15,000 homes at Didcot.
Well, what activity did the growth deal generate?
Activity, as
In allocating sites for housing and employment?
The deal itself did not have any prerequisites for allocations, although it did set a target of 100,000 homes to be delivered. That was the responsibility of the respective local plans to find the specific sites to meet that target.
And it was in response to this deal that the various allocations that we were discussing came forward, was it?
In response to the deal was a significant influencer on the council's choices about the housing requirement. So one of the considerations in the planning policy statement is whether or not a growth deal exists in an area. So yes, I would say that was an influence on the eventual housing requirement and the choice of target that each council went with.
And eventually, of course, we had the allocation of housing at Culham and in Didcot and in Berrinsfield. Have I missed any major allocations out?
Major allocations, there are a number of them. Do you want South Oxfordshire in particular?
Oh, and there's the airfield, isn't there?
Chalgrove Airfield was
Yes.
the Policy Strat 7. We have 3 large strategic allocations around Oxford as well.
And we see the Minister of State is patting the members on the back for having taken what action they had taken. Now let's read on. Progress since that point, that was the announcement of the deal, has not been as positive as we had hoped for. That, I take it, was a reference to the fact that not enough housing was being A, allocated and B, built. Is that right?
I can't comment on the reason for that statement, but I can say that the delivery of 100,000 new homes was secured with the adoption of the South Oxfordshire local plan.
I read on. The deal set out 2 commitments by the Oxfordshire authorities. The submission and adoption of a joint statutory spatial plan. Were South Oxfordshire and the Vale of the White Horse involved in that?
Yes.
And to plan for and support the delivery of 100,000 new homes between 2011 and 2031, backed up with a credible plan for delivery. With your abandonment of the joint statutory spatial plan, now who had done the abandoning, Ms. Baker?
I believe it was a collective decision between the authorities.
Including South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse?
Yes.
Yes. What was the reason for that decision?
There was an inability to agree on the next steps towards forming parts of that strategy. And without that agreement, it was impossible to continue that plan.
I read on, and the delay to your local plans, with some districts now planning to deliver this number of homes to 2036 timetable. Does that criticism apply to South Oxfordshire and the Vale of the White Horse?
Criticism, okay, but that was what was adopted in the South Oxfordshire local plan. That was agreed. That was the agreed timetable.
And the Vale of the White Horse and South Oxfordshire were planning to deliver to a 2036 timetable, were they?
2031 for Vale, 2036 some sites would have rolled forward to, yes.
Yes. The Oxfordshire authorities have failed to deliver on both of these commitments. It's obvious, isn't it, that the Minister was taking a dim view of your collective performance.
He is.
Further, I noticed the affordable housing and so on was not to do. Now then, the delivery plan is clear. The government may withhold funding if milestones have not been met, as they have not been. I read that as saying we shall consider withdrawing the money that will enable you to build the houses and create the jobs which you promised to do. Is that a fair interpretation?
Yes.
However, she goes on, given the housing affordability pressures and the need for additional affordable housing, I'm willing to release further funding, and that we could see over the page, can't we? The further funding that she was prepared to release.
Yes.
In that table.
Yes.
Yes. Would the funding that she refers to there apply to the as yet undeveloped allocations, such as Berrinsfield, Cullum, and Didcot?
I am not familiar with whether any of those sites will have expected funding from this particular fund. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that.
Did you say you don't know?
I don't know if those specific sites...
It is at least possible, isn't it, that she is referring to those three and other allocations?
I think, to be fair, Miss Baker's actually said she just doesn't know the answer to that.
Yes, I know. To that end, the remaining 30 million housing for infrastructure funding will only be released subject to the following conditions. Oxfordshire County Council, what does S151 mean? Do you know?
I believe that. Isn't that reference to their duties? They're a Section 151 authority.
Is it? No. All recycled funds have been returned to the programme and spent before further funding will be provided. Let's look at the third bullet proof on the next page. No funding will be available beyond financial year 24-25. Oxfordshire authorities to cover any expenditure beyond this date or reconsider which projects to prioritise if necessary. And we shall be in that financial year in a few weeks' time, shan't we?
Yes.
And that must cast doubt on Oxfordshire and your authorities' ability to deliver the housing for which the Minister is clamouring, mustn't it?
Without knowing what is linked to these funds, I'm not sure I can answer that accurately.
We'll try.
But I don't know what is linked to these. I'm not familiar with what is being, what this fund is contributing to.
Madam, I think the witness has said that she doesn't know and she's being invited to speculate by my learned friend. And in my submission, she shouldn't be speculating if she's given her answer that she doesn't know.
Thank you.
That concludes my questions on this topic, Madam. Might that be a convenient moment to break?
How much longer do you require?
Half an hour.
Half an hour. I think it would be preferable if we just continue and then we come back for Professor Goodwin after
Very well.
lunch. Sorry, I should ask, Mr. Woolley, sometimes people need, for health reasons, they need to eat at a particular time. If that's affecting anyone in your team, let me know.
Yes. Now, do you have the proof of evidence of Mr. Wisdom that's going to be given tomorrow?
Yes.
Would you turn to page 9, please?
Okay.
And I need to draw on your local knowledge. Let's take Didcot first. That's what we see as 28, 29, 36 and so on.
I'm sorry, can you give me a reference again? Because my page 9.
It's this plan, page
the
9 in
plan.
Mr. Wisdom's proof.
It looks like this.
Is there a title I could word search it for?
Figure 3, housing and employment growth in the
Sorry.
vicinity of the scheme. Oh, thank you, Ms. Humphreys.
Okay.
Now, consider a Didcot resident who wants to get to Oxford. What route would be taken by if it was if the person was driving was going by car?
By car. As a Didcot resident, I can answer this. I would say there are two key choices. The most efficient would be the A34. However, in order to avoid frequent issues, tailbacks.
Sorry, would you say that again? I didn't catch it.
In order to avoid frequent issues,
Yes.
traffic, accidents, there are the two current crossings you could use, either at Culham from Sutton Courtenay or through Long Whitnam and Clifton Hampden, in order to use the route through to South Oxfordshire on the A4074.
And of course, HIF1 will give another alternative choice, won't it?
Yes.
And people using that road will, if they're to get to Oxford, will have to drive through Abingdon, won't they?
I would say no. So to get to Oxford, the easiest route is to travel along the B4015 and the A4074 if you were to avoid the A34, not through Abingdon. I think that would not be a good choice.
Will they not go through Abingdon if their destination is somewhere in West Oxford or beyond?
I certainly would not. No, I would choose the alternative route of the A4074. I would not choose to traverse through the town of Abingdon.
What about Culham? If they're wanting to get to Oxford, what route would they choose now?
If you're travelling from Culham to Oxford,
Yes.
again, I think there's two choices. You would either do what you suggested before and navigate the town centre of Abingdon and on to the A34, or you would choose to go Clifton Hampden and the A4074.
And if the allocation in Cullen goes ahead, there is bound to be an increase in traffic on either of those alternatives, isn't there?
Yes, I believe each way there would be some kind of an increase in traffic movements, yes.
Yes. And what about Berrinsfield? How would a resident of Berrinsfield get to the west of Oxford now?
There's one key choice here, which is the A4074.
And the Oxford Ring Road?
Yes.
Yes. And the creation of HIF1 will then present those residents with a choice, won't it?
A choice to use the Hif1 route as an alternative to the A4074?
Indeed.
To get to Oxford?
Get to the west of Oxford.
It's not a choice I would make, but some may.
The answer is yes, isn't it?
I'm not sure many would go south to come north, but
The answer is yes,
I think
is
you
it
need
not?
to answer and then add that.
yes, some could choose to do that.
Now would you turn on it in Mr. Wisdom's proof to page 29, please? And if that helps, the heading is Vale of the White Horse Local Plan 2031 Part 2.
Bear with me. Can you give me the page reference again, please?
29.
29. Yes.
Are you there, Miss Baker?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have it,
Okay.
do you? This was was adopted in 2019. We see. When was it drawn up?
From 2016 to 2019.
And by the time, at the time when first preparation of this plan was contemplated, the concept of HIF1 already existed, didn't it?
Yes.
And you were compelled to include it in your local plan by the County Council's policies.
Compelled to include it.
Yes. Or, if you prefer, chose to include it because of the County Council's policies.
Yes.
And is this fair that this local plan was not particularly focused on alternatives to the private motor car?
I disagree.
You agree?
I disagree.
You disagree. Why?
Part of the spatial strategy for the Vale plan is a strategy to focus growth in Science Vale, where we're trying to minimise those motor car journeys and then support employment sites with connections to housing sites in and around Didcot. And there have been a a list of infrastructure improvements around south of Didcot, the Harwell Link Road. Harwell itself has been promoted, Milton Park. I would say the strategy there is to try and keep people from extra car journeys. So I disagree.
You say it was your aim to minimise car travel, and yet you included the road, did you not?
The HIF scheme, yes.
Let's look at paragraph 519. The garden town will reduce reliance on motorised vehicles and will promote a step change towards active and public transport through the creation of a highly legible, attractive and accessible movement network and the appropriate location of housing, employment and leisure facilities. The garden town will seek to improve opportunities for access to sport and physical activities through sport, through Sport England's active design principles. Cycling and pedestrian links between the garden town, its surrounding villages and natural assets and the strategic employment sites will be enhanced. And that, I take it, you say HIF1 implements. Do you?
I'd say it's one component
Yes.
of it, yes. So HIF1 particularly would help reduce reliance on motorised vehicles, and it does provide cycling and pedestrian links, at least between Didcot and Culham.
And to the extent that the road, as proposed, provides unsatisfactory links for cyclists and walkers, you will fail in this aspiration, won't you? If that is the result.
So if it's unsatisfactory, the aspiration isn't realised.
Yes. Well, we'll have to debate later whether they are unsatisfactory or not.
There are other provisions for cycling and walking related to the garden town other than HIF.
Now turn on, please, to page 31 in this proof.
Mr. Woolley, I can see that you're taking Ms. Baker through parts of Mr. Wisdom's proof. Would that not be more appropriate for Mr. Wisdom, or does it go to...
It's the only place I've been able to find these policies set out. That's why I'm doing it. And you will notice that they are policies that relate to South Oxfordshire and the Vale of the White Horse, as well as the county.
Okay.
That's why I'm doing it this way.
So long as your questions relate to Ms. Baker's
They relate
evidence.
only to South Oxfordshire and the Vale of the White Horse. Do you have that reference?
do.
And Mr. Wisdom selects, does he not, 3 alternatives to the private motor car. And they're set out as policy 2, policy 3, and policy 4.
So this is the local transport connectivity plan. Yeah.
Policy 2, cycle and walking networks.
Okay, so this is an extract from Mr. Disley's proof within Mr. Wisdom's proof, and this is reference to the LTCP policies, as I understand
That's
it.
right.
Yes,
You have it now,
I
you?
do, yes.
Policy 2, cycling and walking networks.
Yes,
Policy 3, local cycling and walking infrastructure plans. And Policy 4, strategic active travel network. That means bicycles, doesn't it, in plain language?
Could be.
And over the page, Policy 18, bus strategy, Policy 21, rail strategy, and Policy 22, multimodal travel. That means that, I suppose, you ride your bicycle to the station and then take a train, or to the bus station and take a bus. Is that what multimodal travel means?
Yes,
Yes.
different types of modes for a journey: foot, bike, bus, rail, anything like that.
And let's be quite clear. This is a policy, isn't it, of your two councils, a joint policy of your two councils?
No, this is a county council policy.
Is it not the policy of your two councils as well?
LTCP is adopted by the county council.
Well, that's not quite the answer to my question. Are these not policies which your council follow as well?
We follow them, yes,
Yeah.
but they are adopted by the county council. Sorry, you
Yes,
asked
I
a
followed that.
specific question, yeah.
And your emerging joint local plan is the same, isn't it?
The same as the previous plans?
No, the same, in essence. We can look at it in detail if we have to. But in essence, it has the same aspirations as we've just been seeing in Mr. Wisdom's proof.
Yes, that's true. The emerging local plan does align with the local transport connectivity plan.
Yes.
Yes.
And that plan is going to gain weight with each day that passes, isn't it?
No, I would say it would not gain weight until it reaches another statutory stage of Regulation 19 or the examination.
Yes. Both councils are still determined to proceed with the preparation of that plan, are they not?
Yes.
And no doubt you will hope that it will sooner or later be adopted
Yes.
and have statutory force.
Yes.
When is it programmed to be adopted?
I would have to refer to our local development scheme to be entirely sure of the answer I give you. Can I find that reference on?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have it to hand?
So our most recent local development scheme was adopted in September 2023. So the programme for the joint local plan envisages a Regulation 19 in October, November of this year, 2024. Submission to the Secretary of State at April 2025. And it does envisage adoption in December 2025.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woolley. Ms Baker, I had one point from this morning, just to clarify. You spoke about Lady Grove East, and you said that only 250 dwellings could be occupied in advance of Hif1. Obviously, the number of dwellings allocated there are much greater, and I think you also said that Lady Grove East had been completed.
No, Lady Grove East has not been completed. That has just outline consent.
It had an outline planning permission,
Yes.
That's what you said,
Yes.
wasn't it? Sorry. So is the outline planning permission for... What's the number of dwellings on the outline planning permission?
I believe it's 750, which is in excess of the what was allocated.
And as far as you're aware, have any been occupied?
No.
No. But it's been built out, some of it.
No, it hasn't been started yet.
Oh, it hasn't been started,
No.
right?
Thank you.
If you can just bear with me. So looking firstly at your South Oxfordshire proof, it may be that some of these points have been covered. So. So your paragraph 24, you're talking about the economic, social and environmental benefits across the area, and explain why you focused on Science Vale. And then you talk about it's also to deliver the sustainable settlements with over 70% of the housing.
Yes.
What in those areas, are they the areas that benefit from better public transport at the moment?
Yes, certainly that is the case. South Oxfordshire is a predominantly rural area, and the majority of our outlying towns, we have outlying towns at Henley, Tame and Wallingford. They do have bus services, but they tend to not be frequent or have great frequency. The best links that we have in South Oxfordshire are these links currently that are congested around Didcot and Harwell to Culham. They are our better routes.
Paragraph 49. You there?
Yes.
So your final sentence
in that paragraph says that the 4 schemes that comprise Hif1 were all included in the do minimum scenario, and you provide a reference for that. Usually a do minimum scenario wouldn't include the scheme.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I pointed to this specifically to try and show how the Hif1 was so rooted in this, in the local plan itself. So yeah, that is a specific reference to section 4.2 of the ETI.
So the ETI...
so it would be stage 2
sorry,
ETI.
the ETI is... I have seen it. I think it's Ms. Curry that defines it. The evaluation of traffic impacts.
Yes.
So that's correct that your do minimum did include the Hif1 scheme, essentially.
Can I just
Certainly.
check that in the ETI itself? So it will be a core document. G 1.3, G0 1.3. Table 11. Okay, yes, so it's table 11 in G0 1.3. That's page 20.
Sorry, table 11 in G...
I think it's 0.13. 0.01.3.
1.3.
Yes, so this is the evaluation of traffic impact stage 2, dated March 17.
Okay, I've got
And
that.
page 20, that includes what highway assumptions are made.
So these are the assumptions for the local plan, they're not the scheme. That's correct, isn't it?
Not the scheme, this is for what went into the plan considerations, yes.
Okay.
So this says here that the table summarises all the highway schemes that have been included in the do minimum scenario as an addition to the base year network, and hence assumed to come forward for delivery by 2031, the end of the plan period. So we have to scroll to Vale and South on page 21.
Yes.
Right at the bottom of that table, I think it's fifth.
I can
fifth
see,
up. Yes.
actually, for the benefit of others, it is the last 4 or 5 lines. So
Yes.
5 lines, I think. Okay, that's fine. I understand what you've said in your proof. Thank you. Let me... So it's paragraph 58. Are you there? Not yet. It's page 21, if that helps you. You saying that the evaluation of transport impacts modelling was thorough and it was relevant to the identification of sites and strategies. So that, how up to date is the evaluation of transport impacts? That was carried out prior to the adoption of the plan, is that correct?
It was, yes, it was the last update of it was after the submission of the plan for examination, before we got to the hearing sessions. So the very last piece of work on that evaluation of traffic impacts would have been 2019. So in terms of, it was relevant and fit for purpose for that examination in 2020 at least. It was as up to date as it could be.
Thank you. That's my questions on that proof. So the Vale of Whitehorse. Paragraph 18. Don't know if you're there yet. Okay. Are you there?
I am, yes.
So you say that in your first sentence that Hif1, that the plan assumes that it will be delivered and that it indirectly underpins all planned housing in both South and Vale districts. Is that correct, that it underpins all housing or all major housing sites? Or
There's a distinction between linked to HIF, directly linked to HIF, and what I say there. So what I'm trying to say there is it's linking this back to the transport evidence that underpins the plans. That itself made the assumptions that HIF would happen. And that's the transport evidence underpinning the plan itself and all of the growth within it.
so it sort of takes us back to that table we looked at a few minutes ago on the due minimum type.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And just a final point. Paragraph 28, you talk about Milton Park. Okay, and you say that it's home to 250 businesses and it's the largest single ownership science, business and technology community. Is it the largest community or is it the largest single ownership community?
I believe it is qualified that it is single ownership. I couldn't tell you what isn't, what the alternative would be with multiple ownership, I'm afraid, but it is qualified in those words on the Science Vale promotional website. So yeah.
Thank you. That's my questions for you. Ms. Lambert, do you want to re-examine?
Just two questions, please. Mrs. Baker, you asked a question about sustainable travel in the Vale plan, and you told the inspector how the strategy for Vale was to minimise car journeys. And then Mr. Woolley asked you a further question. but you included the road anyway, i.e. you included the road anyway, even though the strategy was to minimise car journeys. In terms of walking, cycling, public transport, how does the road assist in improving those modes of transport?
What we have with Hif1 is not just a road. It does provide the walking and cycling options alongside it too. And it is, as I've explained, part of that. It's a jigsaw of infrastructure for cycling from Harwell to Culham, with the sites that come with it. So, yes, it is included, and it's included to be part of that more comprehensive, even though it is 2 districts, 2 plans. They're aligned and they deliver what we wanted, which is a scheme that helps take people out of their cars.
And what about public transport? How does the road assist in terms of public transport?
Our view on that is that this helps relieve some of those congestion issues that the bus operators are reporting both to us and through their representations on this scheme, and that can only assist those operators in delivering some more attractive bus services that again could help people get out of their cars.
And then there was a question predicated on the basis that the road as proposed provides unsatisfactory links for cyclists and walkers. And just want to be clear, what's your view as to whether the road is satisfactory or unsatisfactory in relation to links for cyclists and walkers?
It is a direct route between Didcot and Culham. It's segregated from the road. It will be lit. You get across a beautiful river. I'm sure it'd be much more attractive than the current situation for cyclists.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ing.
Thank you. Just one point on the inspector's last question to you about the, and I think it was based on paragraph 18, I think, of the Vale proof, but you make a similar point in your South proof about Hif1 indirectly underpinning all housing in South and Vale based on the transport evidence. Can I just refer you back to paragraph 54 of your South proof, please?
Yes.
And I just want you to remind yourself of what's said there and just clarify, you know, what are the consequences of this? The fact that Hif1 underpins the plans. What are the consequences of that then if Hif1 doesn't come forward?
I think that's a real risk that we see here, that without the HIF scheme, what went into underpinning the sites in South and the sites in Vale was a transport evidence that would no longer be fit for purpose, and some of the sites that evidence relied upon with HIF would now be questioned. So there is obviously that risk to supply, risk to the emerging plan, and obviously an adopted plan that would have difficulty being delivered.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. So it's 1 o'clock and we're going to adjourn for lunch. I suggest that we come back at 2:15 today, just so that we can make a bit more progress. When we return, I think we're going to hear from Professor Goodwin, unless that's changed. No? So we'll hear Professor Goodwin. Then we've got Ms. Casey Rahay, sorry. Rahay. It might be that we struggle to complete her evidence today. Can you contemplate whether you just want to focus on her transport-related evidence and deal with the rest in the later part of the inquiry, or whether she can return on another day? I'm just very conscious that with the timings, and although her proof is brief, it's concise rather than brief. She's got quite a lot of of topics and issues in there, and whether you'd rather split it and that she returns for the next section of the inquiry that starts in late March, or whether you want to try and get her to come back at this point.
Madam, we explored her coming tomorrow, but at this stage it's not possible to organise that. But I think what you said, I heard what you said, and I think if we can complete as much as possible today and then look to her coming back is probably the best alternative.
Thank you.
Madam, for my part, I can say that I think the cross-examination will be shorter than the estimate for both Professor Goodwin and Ms. Casey Rahay. Clearly, as the inquiry goes on, topics are covered and there's little point sort of just repeating things. So I've tried to cut things down. So we'll see how we get on. But I'm pretty confident that I will be faster or shorter than the estimates.
Thank you for that. So let's return with Professor Goodwin and then review the situation then. Okay. Thank you. So we'll return at 15:15. Just while we're waiting for everyone to settle, Professor Goodwin submitted, it's called an opening statement, it's sort of a summary. Has that been circulated? It's a 3-page document.
Madam, I saw this obviously just after the luncheon adjournment
Right.
started. I don't know what its status is or whether you are allowing it to be.
Sorry?
I don't know what its status is or whether you are allowing it to be submitted. And I've also, even more recently, coming back from lunch, found a further statement from Sam Casey-Rarehay.
I'll come to that one. Because of when they've been forwarded to me, I've not had a chance to look at the content. My assumption was that this was essentially a summary document. Is that correct, Mr. Goodwin? So you don't need to read your whole proof. You're just. Right. Sorry. Has it?
Professor Goodwin's not switched on. His microphone's not on.
Okay. It goes red when it's on. Just put it. There you go. Sorry, Ms. String, have you got it?
I haven't got it, and I have certainly not seen anything from Ms. Casey-Rarehay either.
Right.
So I can't even see whether it's a summary of or had a chance to compare.
I haven't had a chance. I couldn't compare either. One was PDF, one was Word.
I mean, I doubt whether anything that Mr. Goodwin. I mean, it's, as I understand, it's transport modelling and transport matters, which obviously aren't things that we're really giving evidence on. So it's probably not critical that I see that.
Sorry, Mr. Goodwin, there's nothing new or additional.
Only every time you write something, you think of a slightly clearer way of saying it, or you try and make it a bit more graceful, but that's the only changes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mind whether the document as such is accepted or not.
Can you just bear with me? Do we know if it was forwarded?
I think it was, yeah.
Sorry, we've had quite a few documents. It wasn't. Sorry, Joanna, I can't hear you.
This is 11 pages. Is this Professor Goodwin?
3 pages. 11 pages is the original, I think. Yes.
We've got the proofs of this. Yeah, we've got that. I haven't seen it.
Madam, we've been given a hard copy of something which is dated the 6th of February from Professor Goodwin, which is 11 pages long.
And that's the proof.
That was the proof. It was submitted late.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yes. So, could you just give me a moment? Sorry, that's not on. Could you just give me a moment and I'll be back?
You're right. Added to the back of the proof seems to be a document dated the 28th of February.
It says the 28th of February 2022.
The appendix is a historic document that I, for the sake of saying where I'd come from, but it was circulated as soon as I circulated my proof.
I
think we're sorted out now. The additional document's been put on the website as an inquiry document. I've done that because I assumed it was a summary. If there's anything additional in it, it was sent to Mr Humphreys because he was cross-examining, but because neither Ms Lambert or Ms String were proposing to cross-examine, I don't think it was forwarded to you in that way. So in terms of the inquiry document number, it's beer 20 something. 21. Right, you've got it. Right, so apologies for the confusion there, but so and then we'll come once we've done. We've obviously got Mrs Casey Rear-Hayes evidence as well. Right. So, sorry, Mr Willie, would you like to commence?
Your full name's Phil Goodwin. You're an emeritus professor of transport policy at University College London and the University of the West of England. You have a degree in economics and a PhD in civil engineering, and you're a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport and of the Institute of Highways and Transportation. You worked in local government and at Oxford University and at University College London and the Centre for Transport and Society, the University of the West of England, and a non-executive director of the Port of Dover. Professor Goodwin, would you read your summary? I shall have to interrupt at one or 2 points and also take you to the main proof.
Good.
Would you read on, please?
Thank you. I first have to say sorry for the lateness of my written submission, which was due to continuing health problems in my family. I should state that my comments about Department for Transport guidance are my own judgment on that guidance. I'm not representing or speaking on behalf of the Department for Transport, and none of my conclusions are necessarily the view of the DFT, except where I specifically quote them. And I'm here mainly in response to a request from the Poets Group to give a professional opinion on changes in circumstances and guidance since the original work was done on the Didcot Road proposals, and especially changes made during changes to the guidance made during 2022 and 2023. They're important because the changes have been so great. We've had, as we all know, Brexit and COVID, economic crisis, costs of living problems, the impact of climate change, and the effects of greenhouse gas emissions, especially carbon. All of these things have affected the conditions of travel. The Treasury reviewed its so-called Green Book, which are the rules on appraisal of public expenditure generally, and the Department for Transport made substantial changes to its advice on transport project appraisal. These affected both the modelling to make forecasts of future traffic and the rules about how projects should be appraised in terms of robustness in meeting objectives and providing value for money. The key turning point, I think, was the new format and logic of the Department for Transport's 2022 National Road Traffic Projections, previously called forecasts, now called projections, and the treatment of uncertainty in appraisal, which changed the nature of the required appraisal for national road schemes and how this should be adapted for local schemes. The advice is contained in a set of official guidance notes called Transport Appraisal Guidance Notes, or TAG. And a recurrent comment in Claudia Curry's report of the modelling and assessment presented to this inquiry is the important claim that they were consistent with the advice given at the time of the work was originally done, with the guidance given by the Department for Transport in these tag notes. That's where they're called tag compliant. It's important because this establishes one point of agreement, I think, between her statement and mine, namely that compliance, or otherwise, with DFT advice is relevant, even though the DFT is not the responsible department for this application. I do note an argument made by some of the poet's evidence that in detail they say the appraisals were not always compliant with tag advice at the time, but my submission makes a quite different point, which is this. I'm suggesting that even if the appraisals she reports were tag compliant at the time the work was done, at various dates over the last decade, they are not compliant with tag as it is now on these key matters of forecasting, uncertainty and appraisal. That's my central point. I'm thinking that it's possible that Ms. Curry and I might actually agree on one proposition, which clearly would be useful if we do to focus the discussion. If she were now starting to assess these proposals as a new project, to be compliant with the new guidance, I think the work she would be supervising would have a different character with different tests, different model runs, different appraisals, and she would write a different report which contains different information. Now, it's possible, I don't prejudge that she might then come to a different conclusion. That's a separate point. But if we agree that such an appraisal done under the current rules would be different from those done at the time when the work was done, that difference would be helpful. So first I need to state what the new guidance is, what difference it would make, and why this would matter. Since 2018, in fact, the Department for Transport forecasts of road traffic nationally for both strategic roads and local roads have been moving away from a classic idea of basing appraisal on a central forecast called most probable or most likely, to which would be attached some sensitivity tests on a few less probable alternatives. In 2022, the new approach is based on the idea of a range of alternative different futures with no judgment about which is the most probable. This was formalised in the idea of common analytical scenarios, all of which deserve serious consideration. It was a bit of a shock to many professionals how wide this uncertainty range was. A low expectation of traffic growth nationally of 8% over 35 years, and a high expectation of traffic growth nationally of 54%, 8% to 54%. And it's important to clarify that this range did not arise from a set of tests of the effects of different transport policies and projects. In fact, in all of them, the same policy presumption was applied, namely that only completely committed and funded policy and road infrastructure changes would be contained within the forecast. any effects of potential policy decisions not yet taken or taken in principle but not yet funded would have to be considered in separately on top of this range of scenarios, which would, of course, make the range of future policies possibilities even greater. So, to avoid confusion, these scenarios are not tests of alternative policies. The differences arose because of modelling uncertainty about the underlying economic and social inputs, future economic growth rates, fuel prices, transport technologies, especially electrification, and changing understandings about the underlying trends in travel behaviour and what influences them, including, for example, longer-run effects on trends in working practices, such as working from home, triggered by COVID but persisting, and the potential persistence of a trend which had actually been noticed since the early 1990s, that for successive cohorts of younger people to be progressively less car dependent. There's not a full understanding of why that has happened, but it seems to be a firmly established trend. Now, for local schemes, it's obvious that the national forecasts can't be used just as they are. They would need to be adapted according to local circumstances, using local models. For example, the closest available in Oxfordshire would be the variable demand model, OS, I've forgotten the acronym, never mind. But what one uses that model for requires a different set of tests and calculations. And now I want to quote specifically from what the DfT guidance on uncertainty actually says. It says, for all interventions, projects, policies, whatever, for all interventions, a core scenario appraisal should be undertaken. However, there are significant and often unquantifiable uncertainties associated with forecasting travel demand, such that it is not possible to robustly identify a most likely or expected outcome with any certainty. So, key questions include, under high demand assumptions, is the intervention still effective in reducing congestion or crowding, or are there any adverse effects, for example, on safety or the environment? Under low demand assumptions, is the intervention still economically viable? Under a wide range of possible futures, does the intervention still provide value for money? This requires a form of scenario analysis for which in principle for all the alternative scenarios should be tested against, considering these three key questions from the Department for Transport, which I've just read out. They very clearly specify that value for money of a project should be reported for each of the scenarios, both in the outline business case, which is normally presented for public examination and scrutiny, and at the full business case stage later. Now, manifestly, these analyses have not been carried out. At the time, they couldn't have been, they hadn't been defined then. I think that would be agreed. It's not been done. We don't see in the project appraisal consideration of the robustness of the project performance in such a wide range of traffic growth. We also do not see any of the conventional measures of value for money, cost-benefit ratios and present value of costs and benefits and so on. separately identified for each of the common analytical scenarios. Or even as a shortcut, which is sometimes approved, especially for small schemes, for the condition of the highest and the lowest traffic growth contained within the alternative scenarios. So the next question is, if the relevant advice had been followed in the initial stages of assessments several years ago, should the analysis be updated when the guidance changes? There is also guidance in principle on this question of updating, which has applied since 2014 in the National Policy Statement on National Networks, and I think is a general principle which makes sense elsewhere. And this is that the analysis does not need to be updated unless it would have a material effect on the appraisal. And that, of course, has to be a matter of judgment. My judgment is that to carry out such analysis, such updated analysis, would potentially have a very material effect, because the new guidance enables questions to be addressed which simply have not been considered primarily about the previously about the robustness of the project outcomes. For example, if traffic growth is significantly higher than expected, than taken currently as the most likely future growth, then this would be expected to significantly reduce the period of any relief from congestion, returning to current congestion levels not within, say, 10 or 15 years, but to 5 years or possibly even less, and on a subsequently continually declining path. And then, in that situation, carbon emissions would certainly be increased over those estimated for the core. If traffic growth is significantly less than expected, then a much more modest provision of additional road capacity would be required, and the value for money of a grander expansion than would be needed is reduced. Potentially, the net present value, if that's calculated, even becomes negative, which means that the benefits actually are less than the costs. And if a project does not show value for money in a wide range of different possible futures, then that needs to be reported to decision makers, and clearly some pretty serious thought has to be given about whether it should be adapted or redefined to make it more robust. So I conclude first that the form of appraisal now required by current DFT guidance has not been carried out. Second, it is certain that if it had been carried out, different information would have been produced than has been reported. And third, this would have been relevant to answering the questions both of value for money under high and low traffic growth and robustness of the project outcomes, whatever they were intended to be, in a wide range of different futures. Another way of saying this, I suppose, is that the inquiry is currently not able, with the current submission, to answer the Department for Transport's 3 questions, which I've listed. Its performance under substantially lower traffic growth, substantially higher traffic growth, and under a wide range of different possible futures. So that's my main point. There are a number of other points in my submission, including on induced traffic and its implications. My assessment 2 years ago, which I repeated for convenience as an appendix to my submission. 2 years ago, my assessment, Ms. Curry correctly points out in her evidence, was not based on the inquiry submissions as now presented. So some of the comments I made then, I accept, in the appendix, do not apply. But actually, the new information, it seems to me, make the problem of induced traffic more serious than I thought then, than when I submitted my proof of evidence. And I would be happy to explain why I think this, if it would be helpful. That's all I propose to say in opening.
Well, then, would you look at your main proof of evidence now, please?
I beg your pardon?
Would you look at your main proof of evidence?
Yes. Yeah.
Go to page 6, please. And in line 3 of paragraph 18, there are 2 acronyms.
So, page?
Page 6.
Page 6.
Paragraph 18.
Paragraph 18.
Oh, right, yeah.
Line 3.
Yeah.
And I'll read it. Substantially reduce the estimated value for money, for example, BCR or NPV. And my question is, what do those acronyms stand for?
Right. BCR is benefit cost ratio. That's the ratio of the money value of all the benefits over the money value of costs. If that number is greater than 1, it means there are some net benefits. If it's less than 1, the costs outweigh the benefits. NPV is the net present value, which is another way of expressing the same quantity. In present day terms, what's the total value of the benefits and the total value of the costs, and is the answer positive or negative?
Thank you. Now go on to page 8, please.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you see the side heading traffic forecasts?
Yes.
Would you read from there to the end of the page, please?
Right. I'll do that, reminding you that this was written 2 years ago with the information I had to hand.
Yeah,
then.
indeed.
The main forecasts cited by Ms. Battier are made by the consultancy Sistra using a model called the Didcot Paramics Microsimulation Model, owned by Oxfordshire County Council. At face value, they show that without the road schemes, average peak speeds on the relevant part of the network would reduce as a result of the development from 23.45 miles per hour in 2020 to 19.2 miles per hour in 2024, and a further decline to 8.8 miles per hour in 2034. However, if the Hif schemes are implemented, speeds would rise to 25.9 miles per hour in 2024. But then they would fall back to 18.1 miles per hour in 2034, even if the Hif schemes are implemented. That speed is not only less than in 2024, but is even less than the 2020 base figure. Shall I continue?
Yes, please. I'll tell you when to stop.
Therefore, it seems that the forecast relief from congestion of the Hif schemes is expected to be very short-lived. I do not know if there is an implied further set of road schemes that is planned for the early 2030s.
Right, pause there, please. Since 2022, Has any information come to you which causes you to change that judgment?
I haven't cross-checked the actual numbers against the current forecast, but the general pattern, I think, is the same.
Thank you. And now cast your eye across to page 9. And would you read the last paragraph on that page?
The only response included in the paramix modelling is the choice of route travelled for the two cases with and without the schemes, but both taking the development as given. It's very widely experienced that the provision of additional road capacity does in fact change behaviour in the ways described, and in such induced traffic is therefore likely to occur. It means that there will be additional traffic due to other people using the road system. It's also clear that the paramix model does not have the facility to make such calculations and has not tried to do so.
Pause there, thank you. Thank you, Professor. That's the evidence in chief.
Thank you. Mr. Humphreys.
Professor Goodwin, you told us that you are giving evidence because you were invited to do so by the Poets Group. Are you one of the residents of Didcot or one of the surrounding villages?
No, I don't live in Oxford at all. I did do for 17 years, I should say, but I'm certainly not an interested party in the sense of a direct effect of the schemes.
And are you familiar, therefore, with the existing highway congestion in the local area, particularly in peak periods and particularly at the river crossings?
Not from recent personal experience.
You know, if you didn't know before, you'll have known from the evidence on behalf of the two district councils this morning that there is substantial housing and employment growth in the area.
Yes.
We've heard earlier in the inquiry, for example, that school buses can take up to 2 hours to get to school or back. We've had a strong letter of support from the local Oxford Bus Company. People have spoken about difficulties of getting to medical appointments or having to take very long diversions. Were you familiar with any of that?
No, sir, but I'm entirely unsurprised by it. It's a general position many places in the country.
And have you made yourself familiar with the details of the application proposal?
The construction details and geography, familiar enough to come to those conclusions that I talk about, not enough to suggest changes in the design or their contribution to solving those problems.
And in relation to that, I take it that you have read the relevant documents, including the transport assessment and the Chapter 16 of the environmental statement. Would that be fair?
Yes, I think that I've read everything that I needed to, but obviously not studied many of the things which are under examination here.
Can I ask you, have you given evidence at a planning inquiry before?
No, this is my first time. Mostly I give evidence at road inquiries. Yes,
and you understand, don't you, though, I hope, the task and the legal framework within which the inspector is considering this application?
I think so, yes.
Good. Now, you tell us in your paragraph 8 of the proof towards the bottom of that paragraph, that you focus mainly on one central issue, and this is the guidance published by the department on how to handle the issue of uncertainty in relation to traffic forecasts, and that is the web tag guidance, isn't it? Unit M4 from November 2023. That's the guidance we're talking about. And you go on immediately after that to then talk about the national road traffic projections and the treatment of uncertainty, and in paragraph 10 you tell us that the national road traffic forecasts, use that word deliberately, provided a framework which affected all national and local roads since 1958. You then tell us that these used a single best or most probable forecast of future trends. That changed, and towards the end of that paragraph you tell us the 2022 forecasts, now retitled projections, represent a broad band of possible future trends taking into account new insights on behavioural trends, alternative assumptions, etc. So the NRTP projections are now in the new form from 2022, and they reflect, don't they, a broad band of future scenarios?
Yes.
And in this context, and it's a point you touched on in your evidence in chief, paragraph 11, you tell us about the scale of uncertainty in those forecasts. This is the 8% to 54% over 35 years. And it's because, or primarily because of that, isn't it, that DFT in the WebTag suite of documents developed ways of dealing with or treating this uncertainty?
Yes.
And you tell us that in your paragraph 12, DFT published guidance on how this should be treated on project appraisal evolving during 2022, and it was actually published in November 2023. So WebTag Unit 4, as you tell us, relates to handling, doesn't it, uncertainty in the national road traffic projections.
And in local road traffic projections related to specific projects.
Yes, we'll look at that in a moment. It was certainly discussed from 2021-22, wasn't it, in the context of a new approach, but Unit M4 is a November 2023 document.
That's the latest version, although it's a document that went through a number of stages before that particular publication.
And as you tell us in your opening statement, page 3, on the question of whether there needs to be updating of modelling undertaken before, because here the modelling was undertaken before, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you very fairly tell the inspector, I mean, we can see it, Unit M4 isn't an inquiry document, but obviously I've got it. It does not require, does it, previous modelling to be re-undertaken?
No, it doesn't.
You say whether or not it needs to do so is a matter of judgment.
Yes, judgment based on the likelihood that it would be material to the outcome.
Yes, and we'll come back to that, but the inspector needs to understand, therefore, there's no requirement in the WebTag guidance to remodel earlier forecasts. None whatsoever.
No.
Now, if we look at NRTP, and for this, again, we don't have it as a separate document, but we have some quotations from it in Ms. Curry's rebuttal. Do you have that?
I do, yes. Do you want me to turn to that?
Please. So it's Claudia Curry's rebuttal, and it's paragraph 6.4 and 6.5. Those are both on page 14. Tell me when you've got that.
Getting closer. Yes.
Para 6.4 quotes from the National Road Traffic Projections 22. And the quotation is, the NRTP 22 will be used to provide an evidence-based for strategic policy development. This includes exploring uncertainties through effective application of CAS. Now, we're not here, the inspector is not dealing with strategic policy development, is she? She's dealing with a planning application.
Yes, that's what the national road traffic projections are used for. That's not what local traffic projections are used for.
No, of course not. We'll come on to that. Bullet point 2, they would be used for providing consistent baseline for transport business cases. We're not here dealing with a business case. That's not before the inspector, is it?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I do. It's not. That's not before the inspector. The Secretary of State hasn't asked the inspector to do that, has she? Has the Secretary of State?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. 3, provide further insight into transport, such as projections of light good vehicles, heavy goods vehicles, traffic not produced elsewhere. Again, you're not suggesting that that is particularly relevant here, are you?
No.
And then the next paragraph is a quote from paragraph 2.5 of the NRTP. Given the strategic high-level nature of the National Transport Model, NTM, the projections are not anticipated to be directly used to appraise individual road schemes, nor are they intended to be used to consider capacity changes on a specific road or solutions to specific local issues. The additional detail needed for this kind of policy usually requires a bespoke scheme model which uses growth rates from the projections, the Department's Transport Analysis Guidance, TAG, and more local information.
Yes, that's roughly the same as I said in my opening statement.
Correct. And here we are dealing with a suite of local models, aren't we?
Yes, indeed.
And those models have used local transport data. They've been validated and calibrated, haven't they?
They've met the standards of calibration and validation needed for the uses to which they have been put, which doesn't include the sort of scenario testing that I've been talking about.
Precisely, but we've already agreed the context for that scenario testing, which, as you told us, relates to the National Road Traffic Projections.
No, that's quite wrong.
Well, the inspector will have a note of your evidence, but you can change it if you wish to.
Can I state what, can I reformulate that to what I think I said and what I certainly meant to say? the national road traffic projections were the first time in which the application of these scenarios were tried, but the advice on use of scenarios in the uncertainty tag relates not only to national strategic questions but to local projects.
Yes. Now, here you tell us, paragraph 13, that for all interventions, a
So
core scenario...
Paragraph 13 of what?
13 of your proof.
Of my proof, yeah, okay.
Paragraph 13 tells us, it's a quote from Tag Unit M4, for all interventions, a core scenario appraisal should be undertaken, but it then talks about significant and often unquantified uncertainties, talks about high demand assumptions and low demand assumptions, wide range of possible futures, and then 14, this requires a form of scenario analysis, and the uncertainty toolkit lists the level of detail, scope of reporting that should be done to address these three questions, which clearly specify that value for money should be addressed both in the outline business case stage for public examination and the full business case.
Yes.
But we're not here dealing with a business case. This is a planning application.
If what you're saying is that questions of value for money are not relevant to planning applications, and that therefore planning schemes are not required to have concern to providing value for money, my own view would be that would be a pity. Seems to me this is a general principle for public expenditure, should pay attention
Yes.
to value for money.
But this inspector is not dealing in the planning application with expenditure of public money.
No, but she is, I think I'm right in saying, concerned with the robustness of schemes to deliver what their objectives are. And if their objectives are not value for money, but are for providing appropriate levels of support for developments or sustaining a particular desirable level of mobility in sustainable modes or by car, then the question of robustness also exactly applies to the range of futures that must be tested for robustness.
Yes. Can we agree, at least, as your paragraph 14 makes crystal clear, that the tag guidance and also, as referred to there, the uncertainty toolkit, that's actually a separate document, just to let the inspector know, from Unit M4, as you tell us, are related to outline business cases and full business cases.
And their robustness in achieving whatever objectives are set. It's not only about business cases. The same problems apply whatever your objectives are.
It doesn't actually say that, does it, in
No, I'm saying
Unit
that.
M4? No. Well, I want to make sure that the inspector is absolutely clear what is in WebTag and what is Professor Goodwin's evidence on this. Thank you. Now, the inspector is not, in that context, therefore, assessing a Green Book business case. We're agreed. Yes?
Well, that's what you tell me. I haven't contradicted it.
Okay. And the inspector is undertaking an assessment, a planning assessment within the context of Section 38.6. Does that, you may not know what that is, and if so, just say and we'll pass on. That's the test that the inspector has to.
Okay, yeah, well, let's pass on.
We know, however, that there are existing severe congestion problems in the Science Vale area, and also many thousands of new dwellings under construction or permitted. There's no uncertainty about that, is there?
That's true.
Your paragraph 16, you tell us, in general, that the guidelines favour a systematic consideration of all common analytical scenarios. That's the CAS in some parts of your evidence, to assess the key question under a wide range of possible futures: does the intervention still provide value for money? So once again, the inspector can note that your evidence is focused on issues going to value for money. These are Green Book concepts.
I would add to that, I think it's fair to say, logically, or whatever other objectives the scheme is defined as having. I don't think this is confined to value for money. If the objectives are other, to solve the problems, the intense problems of congestion that you mentioned, exactly the same problems arise, that under high traffic growth, those problems will get very much worse than they're currently forecast to do. And under low traffic growth, they will be substantially milder.
Yes, but your paragraph 18 tells the inspector the key policy significance of carrying out such tests tends to be different when considering high growth and low growth assumptions. Low traffic growth can substantially reduce the estimated value for money, e.g. BCR NPV. High growth assumptions tend to increase the value for money, of how this is usually calculated, but can significantly impact on estimated traffic conditions. Now, this is a theme again on page 3 of your outline statement, but look, what if the inspector had a higher growth set of traffic forecasts and a lower growth set of traffic forecasts? Are you or poets or any of the other groups able to say which would come about?
That's the whole point.
Exactly, Professor Goodwin. You can't.
Yes,
and
but
therefore,
that doesn't mean you can ignore the problem that you might be wrong.
But what is the inspector then supposed to do with that information? She has evidence from local residents and the county and others about existing problems on the road. Are you suggesting that because of some uncertainty that the road may be more urgently needed or slightly less urgently needed, that the road should not be provided at all?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that the way it's implemented, its scale, its design features, and the need to associate it with whatever other supporting policies soften or compensate for problems in it, need also to be considered at the same time as the decision on the schemes themselves.
And apart from some dualling of the A4031 at the Milton interchange, the scheme is a single carriageway scheme throughout, isn't it?
What does that... Oh, you mean therefore it can't be made any less than it is?
It can't be.
Yeah. It can, however, be shifted in the balance of purposes for different modes. It may need to be expanded even more than it currently is.
Yes.
This is the way it seems to me. In order to acknowledge that the future is very much less certain than a core projection would make, we also need to think through, so what are the implications of the higher and lower possibilities?
Yes.
And it may that the question of robustness in meeting objectives, whatever those objectives are, is material to the decision making.
Yes. And the scheme has we know, very substantial walking, pedestrian and cycling facilities, doesn't it?
I'd like to address that question. It would be more than simply a yes or no. Is that all right?
Yes.
I think the problem we've got is that it's where we come back to the question of induced traffic. We've got futures of one sort forecast in the fixed demand model.
Professor Goodwin, the yes from me was on the basis that you were going to answer the question. So the question was not about induced traffic.
Okay.
The question was about there being substantial walking and cycling provision.
Yes. There are some, and are they enough or are they too much? That's not a question that's been looked at.
Fine. You're, I think, the first person I've heard who suggested that there might be too much. There's some 20 kilometres, isn't there, of...
I don't think there's too much, but I can imagine an argument that says, look, the problem is cars on roads, and the roads need and the cars need more road space, and this road space is being taken away from them by sustainable modes. I've heard this stated. I don't agree with it.
No. And you know, in that context, that the County Council has pursued a decide and provide approach rather than a predict and provide approach, and therefore it would not be appropriate, would it, to simply provide more and more highway capacity?
No, I think that's right.
You turn then in your paragraph 19, there's a heading there, and you produce a figure. So this is your paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
19. You say the scenarios have a very substantial impact on carbon emissions as shown in the DFT calculations. These are, of course, the carbon projections for the whole of the UK, aren't they, for
yes.
the domestic transport sector that underline the department's decarbonising transport plan.
Yes.
The higher lines are the baseline, and the lower lines are the decarbonising transport projections that reflect current government policy in the decarbonising transport plan.
No, I don't think that's right.
I think the vehicle-led projection is the one in which government phases out.
No. These lines do not comprise any element of testing of the impacts of carbon-reducing policies.
Fine.
They are only the amount of carbon that will be produced in different traffic projections without considering the more or less intense implementation of sustainable transport policy. There are another set of similar graphs which do that test, but I think I haven't included that because it's not really relevant to this inquiry.
Yes. Well, I can go and check again in DTP, but that was my understanding from reading it, because this same figure in effect appears in the decarbonising transport plan, doesn't it?
No.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. What appears in the decarbonisation plan? You're probably thinking of the diagrams with a blue fuzzy line and a
Correct.
green fuzzy line.
And these are the things that in effect underlie those, as I understand it, the work that was done.
These relate to the more or less intensive application of decarbonisation policies.
Yes, exactly. Now, these projections, however, aren't anything to do with web tag uncertainty, are they?
What do you mean by web tag uncertainty?
You have been giving evidence and told us your principal argument was to do with the treatment of uncertainty in Unit 4 of web tag, and you introduce those things in paragraph 18 and talk about BCRs and MPVs, and then in paragraph 19 that I'm taking you to, you say these scenarios have very substantial impacts on carbon emissions. The implication the inspector might have taken was that this was in some way a chart relating to that uncertainty and benefit cost ratios or net present values, but this is an entirely different exercise.
It's entirely different, yeah.
Okay, just so long as the inspector understands that. And you tell us then in paragraph 21 there are equivalent results for other environmental factors, NOx and PM10s, particulate matter 10, and the inspector, both for carbon, which you were looking at before, and for air quality, she has bespoke forecasts, doesn't she?
Yes,
at
indeed.
This inquiry.
Yes. I suppose there is an ambiguity there in what I said. It's true that the diagrams equivalent to the one in paragraph 19 are statements at the national level about the national effect of the different scenarios on various different national quantities. But each of them, it seems to me, have a corresponding calculation that could be done about the variation in local carbon emissions, NOx emissions, and so on.
And then in your end note, which is on page 7,
yes. Oh, yes.
About halfway through that, you tell us to avoid misunderstanding. I should clarify that I do not think that the road traffic projections are necessarily a predict and provide core surrounded by decarbonisation language. The projections are perfectly capable of being used to support decarbonisation, demand management, alternative policy options, and an integrated consideration of all modes of transport, with recognition that the key importance of uncertainty, as discussed above, and for example in the version of Decide and Provide provided in the TRICS summary guidance, which I understand Oxfordshire County Council has supported, whether that is the case or not depends on the policy decisions, the appraisal and the alternatives considered, funding and commitment. So just to be clear, you are not suggesting that the modelling has followed a predict and provide approach?
I've not engaged with the question of predict and provide really at all in terms of this scheme. I'm saying what is done on predict and provide is about the outcomes of what is actually done rather than the intentions.
And in your technical note from 2022, you deal with 2 points. One is traffic forecasts, and you reproduce some data from the transport assessment, I believe. And again, you here, I think, are returning to the theme that uncertainty means that things could be better or could be worse than that. Is that broadly the point? And I've obviously asked you about that. And then the next substantial heading there, induced traffic, you say that that is now more serious in your evidence in chief. This is a matter that Ms. Curry dealt with in her original proof of evidence and then her rebuttal proof of evidence. Do you have any analysis of the numbers in the modelling that are able to demonstrate your point that it contains induced traffic?
Yeah, well, My conclusions on that point are derived from the observation of the contrast between the propositions about the effects of the sustainable transport policies and the propositions about the effects of the provision of the road schemes themselves, because there seems to be a very distinct anomaly there. Can I explain why?
As long as you answer my question at some point.
Okay, that's a fair bargain.
Why don't you do that first?
Right.
So, do you want me to remind you of the question?
Yes, I think you'd better.
Yeah. Do you provide any analysis of the figures from the modelling that seeks to demonstrate that it shows induced traffic?
Good heavens, no. Not in the figures related to the provision of the schemes, but in the figures related to the 20% or 25% traffic reduction required to make the schemes work. There is very definite presumptions of a very high degree of induced traffic, and there's an anomaly there which hasn't been resolved.
Yes, this is the 2034 data I think you're referring to, and the network being so congested that the model has reduced the flows and then factored them back up. Is that the point?
No, well, not exactly. The proposition, as I understand it, is that when one attempts to run the fixed demand model without the schemes, the modelled network gridlocks and the model just simply won't run at all. That doesn't necessarily mean the real world gridlocks. It's a statement about the model rather than about the real world. Then the proposition is that there will need to be a reduction in the order of 25% in the volume of car traffic in order to make the potential benefits of the scheme operate and function. Then there's discussion about how one would get this 25% reduction in traffic, which is by the application of a number of policies about sustainable transport support, improved facilities for walking,
this is modal shift.
Yeah, modal shift, and indeed other aspects of traffic reduction besides modal shift.
But you and your group, as I understand it, support modal shift. Indeed, my understanding is you think we haven't gone far enough.
I don't recognise the phrase "my group." If you mean poets, who invited me to cast an opinion, I know they do, and I do too. This is the point I'm making. In order to get the 25% reduction in traffic, which I think is a noble and just about achievable objective, though you'd need to work very, very hard to achieve it, you have to have a world in which there is a very substantial possibility of behaviour change corresponding with induced traffic. And it doesn't make any sense to say, yes, we can get 25% reduction from these policies, but no, we won't have any change in traffic as a result of the provision of the additional road space. This is a complete behavioural impossibility, that behaviour should be so flexible in the one case and so inflexible in the other case. So that's why I say that there is a serious problem of the analysis of induced traffic in the current proposals.
Yes. So you would have, I take it, little time for suggested alternatives that say, actually, we should just be providing some cycleways and walkways, and that will just cause people in all these thousands of new homes to shift mode to some other form of transport.
What I'm saying is 2 points. One is the proposition that there will be no induced traffic from
No, I didn't ask you about whether there would be induced traffic. Try and focus, Professor
you did,
Goodwin,
really.
on the question.
No, I see what you mean. Yes. Okay. No, of course I wouldn't support that suggestion necessarily.
And why?
Although it might be exactly the thing to do under the low demand forecast. It may be that that's all you did need then.
Indeed. But of course, we won't know that.
No, I know.
Will we? And
it's not knowing it that's the whole problem about uncertainty.
Yes.
Not knowing it doesn't mean we'll take some central value and assume that that's the case.
But for the inspector, who, as you've told us, you can't tell her, we can't tell her whether they could be lower. The inspector has to have in mind, doesn't she, the existing problems on the roads and the numbers of houses that are currently being built. And to hold out the hope somehow that something will turn up Macaurberish in the future and that there might be low growth would be just irresponsible, wouldn't it?
And to hold out the promise that there won't be in the future
that
high growth would also equally irresponsible.
So you agree that would be irresponsible?
But the possibility that both no. Sorry, I want to revise my answer, saying yes, of course, and say no, of course not. We got mixed up with the verbs that we were talking about here. It seems to me essential that one considers the uncertainty of the future. In that uncertainty, whether or not there will be induced traffic and whether or not there will be a successful application of traffic reduction, what are two of the most important criteria for whether the schemes as defined will be successful or not.
Professor Goodwin, I'll put it to you again, it would be irresponsible, wouldn't it, for the county council or any responsible highway authority to fail to provide the road to deal with the existing problems and the forecast housing and employment growth on the hope that there was some huge modal shift in the future and we arrive at a low growth projections. That would be irresponsible, wouldn't it?
Isn't that the same thing as saying it would be irresponsible to provide for the road capacity?
Professor Goodwin,
wait a minute.
Answering a question with a question.
I am answering the question.
No, you're not answering the question. Just try and focus on the question. I know you might not want to answer it, but the inspector needs the answer. The point I'm putting to you is we have our forecasts. You have said, well, there could be something higher or there could be something lower, and if it was lower, maybe you wouldn't need this scheme. But you've also told the inspector that you don't know that. We don't know it. You told me that's the problem. In a world where we know there are existing problems, the inspector's heard about them, it would be, I'm putting to you, irresponsible for a highway authority not to provide what it believes to be the appropriate capacity because the future might be a low-growth future. If you don't wish to answer...
No, I'm thinking genuinely about the question and whether that is, of course, what I'm thinking is that the right question? And what you're thinking is, I'm not supposed to think about is that the right question? I'm just supposed to answer your question. And I think it's a knotty one. The proposition that the scheme is the way of solving the existing transport problems depends absolutely on another proposition that there will be a successful reduction in traffic growth, traffic volumes as a result of other associated policies which are hoped to accompany. But are not, that success is also not certain.
Madam, I think inspectors usually say, ask the question 3 times and then stop. You can draw your own conclusions. Professor Goodwin, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody, Mr. Henderson, you were looking, right. I take it neither District Council wishes cross-examine. If you can just bear with me, Professor Goodwin, just check. On figure 19, which was on page 6, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. You've got different criteria within there, and I understand you've taken it from somewhere else. So the uppermost line, it might be the way the colours are showing up, but that's a high economy, is that right?
A combination of high economic growth, some specific associated assumptions about the rate of electrification, and therefore the cost of motoring and so on. It's a combination of, it's a future defined by a combination of parameters. But I think the highest one, I think you're right, its dominant facility is the presumption of high economic growth rates.
So the one below it that's it's a yellow or an orange with it's probably a blue in between. So that's got regional. What does the regional mean? Because I thought this was a national scenario.
It's. I need to check on the precise definition. I think it's one where there is explicit allowance for different regional. It's a sum total of a scenario in which there are regional variations in traffic. But I'll confirm that and get back to you. I think that's what it means.
Thank you. And then the lowest two, what are they? Behavioural change?
Behavioural change is the name of the scenario which takes most account of the new empirical observations about the dimension. For example, that younger people had been showing a progressively lower propensity to use cars, to some extent sustained as they grew to their middle age. Again, sorry, there's a whole list of the defining characteristics of each of these scenarios that there's a convenient summary which I can provide for you.
Professor Goodwin needs to be closer to the microphone, please.
Sorry?
Oh, he's asked if you're closer
right,
to
yeah.
could go
I think,
closer.
Madam, actually, behavioural change is one of the top group. I think the two bottom ones are vehicle-led decarbonisation and mode balance decarbonisation, but I might be wrong. Professor Goodwin will tell you.
I've always been a bit uncomfortable with the labelling of these scenarios, which is not entirely transparent, but I will check and provide a sort of one-page summary of that.
Right, I can see now. I've enlarged it. The colours are slightly different. So behavioural changes is up, starts at about 80. I think that's what Mr. Humphreys is saying. So the lower one, that's a mode balance decarbonation,
yes.
And close to it is vehicle-led decarbonisation. Thank you. And this issue with younger people less likely to drive, that's obviously got a variation according to where you live. So if you're living in Oxford, that's an easier scenario than if you're living in one of the villages.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. I think that's my questions for you, but Mr. Woolley might have...
I have no re-examination. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move on. I think we just take maybe 5 minutes to sort out. But with Mrs. Casey Rohay, you're here, thank you. There was an additional document submitted with the proof, which I haven't added at the moment. Have people had a chance to look at that, and do you have views on it? You look like you do, Ms. Strong.
Well, no strong views. I've seen it. I believe it's essentially the proof with some red text added, which I understand is what Ms. Rohay is planning on saying orally. And obviously, even if it wasn't admitted, she would still be able to give her oral evidence. So I see no...
That's not actually...
Oh, is there something else? Oh, right. OK, well,
yeah.
In that case, I still haven't seen it.
I think it's attached... I think it's a link... Sorry. It's a link within the document, within there.
Yeah, within the email text, there is a link.
It's a Word document, isn't it? Sorry, Joanna, can you remember what page it was on? Although it's a hyperlink, it took me to a PDF document. Sorry, it took me to a PDF document, and I do need that document actually submitted if we accept it. Mrs. Casey Vrohe, just before we start, can you tell me what page this document that you reference is on?
It's on page 4.
Page 4, thank you.
It's a Sustrans report from 2017 called Active Travel and Economic Performance. And it's in the red text that I put near in the last paragraph.
So it's a Sustrans report, Active Travel and Economic Performance. I will say the version I've got at the moment doesn't seem to have a link.
I apologise for the last minute addition.
So that was my first point. Can I just revisit timings, actually? Mr. Woolley, how long do you think you need for evidence in chief?
20 minutes?
20 minutes. Mr. Humphreys, do you know how long you're likely to need? I know you said you hoped to be shorter.
Well, of course, that was before I'd seen all these
Before
new
an
documents.
additional
So
document.
I've very briefly been able to look at the document that has the red. I'm just now going through an electronic version of the other document, trying to find this hyperlink. It's in the email. Thank you. Sorry. Yep. Sorry. Madam, obviously you'll appreciate that in the mornings I'm not looking out checking my emails for new proofs
Sorry.
In the mornings I'm not checking my emails for new proofs of evidence or
No.
documents. These should have been submitted.
I think the red
Months ago.
is really just what is going to be said.
Yes.
I don't think it's
Yes.
been very difficult for me to compare, but I don't think it's introducing anything new. It's sort of the proof was quite, I think, as I said this morning, quite concise, and it added that. I suppose the point I'm trying to establish is Mrs. Casey Rohe gives evidence on a number of areas, and whether we're just going to focus on highway-type issues, and she can return later in the inquiry for other issues. It's 20 to 4 now, so that's really what I'm trying to work out. Do the two district councils, are you proposing to cross-examine?
Based on what I've read so far, for me, no.
If I do, it will just be a few questions, so it wouldn't be anything substantial, but I may not.
15 minutes or something?
Probably less.
And Madam, for me, about 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
I do want to address you on this sustenance report at some point, Madam. So on the sustenance report, I don't know if you want to hear my views on that now, or when you come back to it.
Come back to that in a moment. So that's almost 1 hour, 20 to 5. And I'm not sure how long Mr. Humphreys would need. I mean, if we can be done by about 5:15, that's fine. Otherwise, we split it. And I'm raising it now because of the point I made earlier in the inquiry about being in purdah once you've given your evidence. And obviously, I don't think you'd like to be in purdah for several weeks. I'm
at your disposal. I will be if necessary.
Sorry?
I will be if necessary. That's not a problem.
Madam, I will try and keep things as short as possible. I'm thinking half an hour.
Right, thank you. That will take us to round about 5:15. So, Mr. Henderson.
Yes, Madam, the red text, proof of evidence, I have no problem with that. If you want to read that, that's fine. The sustenance report I do take issue with. You recall I've already called my transport witness. I've already asked him questions about sustainable transport. And it seems to be, this new document seems to be used to make a point about what could or could not be achieved with sustainable transport measures. There's reference here to Tame and Oxford. I assume some sort of comparative point is going to be made. We don't know, but I assume that.
Sorry, Mr. Henderson, you need to
Yes,
go
of
a
course.
little bit slower.
So the short point is it's not fair, Madam. I've already called my transport witness. I've already asked him to address sustainable travel. None of this was put to him. This is a new document that seems to be going to his evidence. It's simply too late.
Thank you. Mr. Woolley, do you want to respond?
I remain as I was last week.
I can rely on Surrey and Chapman's evidence.
Okay. We were talking about sustainable transport and accepting this additional document out of this proof.
Yes.
So you're happy to proceed without that document?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I think in that case, let's proceed without the document. So if you don't refer to that, it has come in very late. Thank you. And I think with that, we should be able to proceed this afternoon. You happy with that, Mr. Henderson? Yes. We'll see how we're going. We might take a 5 or 10 minute break, but I think it would be beneficial to finish this evidence today. Okay. So if somebody feels need for a break, if you raise your hand, yes. Mr. Woolley, do you want to introduce your witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your full name is Sam Casey Rohay, and you're the Parish Councillor for Culham Parish Council and South Oxfordshire District Councillor for the Sandford and Wittenham's ward. You've lived in the area for 19 years, and been a Parish Councillor for 14, and a District Councillor for getting on for 5. I'm wondering, Madam, given the time constraints, if we could take the evidence in chief as read, and I'll get Mrs. Casey Rohay to highlight the points that she wishes to bring out. That might save some time.
If you're content with that, Mr.
Yes.
Woolley,
Well,
but I don't want to...
Everybody's had the evidence for some time.
Okay. Does anybody else have any concern with that? No? In which case...
Right, over to you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Mum, for being flexible, by the way, for when I can attend this inquiry. I'm very much obliged to that because I work full-time and I have needed to book time off to come here. And as Mr. Woolley has said, I speak on behalf of the Joint Committee of the neighbouring parish councils. I'm a parish councillor for Culham. I'm a district councillor too, but I want to make it clear that I am not speaking in my capacity as a district councillor today, but only as a parish councillor. I would like to start by saying that I and many people, when we first heard about the possible New Thames crossing from Culham, we thought it had merit around 2014. We were, of course, aware that the 2 bridges at Clifton, Hampton and Culham were narrow and restricted, and the bridge into Abingdon went directly into a busy and growing town with narrow streets. But it was when the Parish Council commissioned some expert reports to analyse the actual proposal that we first saw in 2017-18, we began to be concerned it would not resolve the issues that it purported to, and other local parishes had a similar concern with specifics to their own area. There are a large number of people, local people, who are deeply concerned about the impact of the scheme application. Many are working parents who cannot come to this and to speak today and rely on their parish councillors to put their views to the inquiry. And also the 2 local county councillors who were on the original planning committee voted against the scheme on the first committee sitting. The local parishes have kept this proposal on their agendas and in their communications and surveys with the residents constantly. And I also want to say, as for divisive tropes by people who should know better, that village residents look down on Didcot, I hope this inquiry will dismiss that as a comment unworthy of serious consideration. One further introductory point, if I may. Sue Skane, the retired Director of Environment and Economy, who spoke at the start of the inquiry, was Director at a time when the policy for highways was predict and provide. That is no longer the policy of the Highways Authority, but her speech was very much in line with a predict and provide approach. The current policy, the adopted policy, is decide and provide. It's also known as vision and validate. Any conclusions about the success of the scheme from a predict and provide approach is not relevant, in our opinion. So if I just go to the evidence on the infrastructure support for the proposed new housing and also, of course, new employment locations, sustainable locations were chosen, and I set those out, and I set out as well how local residents have been calling for cycle and active travel modes, which is not just cycling, it's also wheeling, walking, intermodal travel connections for many years, which is why I've put in the Culham Community Local Plan to show from 2014 to show how long that has been a request from local parish councillors. There is a Science Vale cycle network to support the growth in this area of employment, of course, and that's been has been in place for some years, I believe. And it's an important part of the claim that the Culham residential site is sustainable, and similarly the expansion of Culham Science Centre, now called Culham Campus, as an employment site. The issue that has contributed to the peak time congestion around the two strategic sites is that this cycle network has not been delivered around the sites in the main. For example, I've been working with Long Wittenham and Burcott and Clifton Hampden parish councils for the last 5 years to try and have the planned cycle route between those two villages built. That's part of the Science Vale cycle route plan. And that would link up with the A415 cycle lane along past the campus, which is not great, but it is there. A large part of the land has even been given free for this part of the cycle network, but the Highways Authority have not considered this a priority to spend CIL money on, which has been extremely frustrating, as you can imagine. It could contribute to reduction in traffic coming from that direction at peak times. Also, a safe cycle connection west from the campus and the strategic residential site into Abingdon is also part of this cycle network plan, this Science Vale cycle network plan. It is part of the infrastructure development plan in the South Oxfordshire local plan, but it's been needed and called for at least 12 years, if not more. It would deliver infrastructure that could relieve a lot of the problematic peak time congestion into Abingdon that we contend this scheme does not. And just going on to where the employees of UKAEA and other companies on Culham campus come from, considering the numbers of employees of the campus companies come from Abingdon or Didcot, and further proportion come from all parts of Oxford, the improved train frequency and any cycle path improvements would evidently mean that reducing commuter vehicle movements via modal shift is perfectly possible and indeed highly desired. And I would like to point out at this stage something Professor Sir Ian Chapman mentioned when asked to clarify the numbers of people working at the campus site. So in 2016 there were 1,850 people working there, and now 8 years later that's more than doubled to 4,000. And so I would submit that the traffic congestion at peak times has actually not increased proportionately. The time it takes to travel, for example, from Appleford to the Europa School in the morning was, and we have this anecdotal evidence from teachers, it was about 30 to 40 minutes 20 years ago. It's still around 30 to 40 minutes. I would submit that the increased train frequency over the last 6 years, increased school bus and public bus availability, and other changes like home office, hybrid working, are evidence that growth is not constrained by a simple lack of road connectivity. I would like to update you, the Inspector, on the frequency of trains stopping at Culham railway station too, if I may. Sir Ian said that there were gaps during the daytime when trains did not stop at Culham, but this is no longer the case and hasn't been for, I think, about 2 or 3 months. Great Western Railway now provide an hourly service during the day in both directions. During morning and evening peak times, the service stops at Culham at about half-hourly intervals. It is also the case that since 2017-2018, the European School, which now is called the Europa School, has grown in numbers too, from about 800 to around about 1,000. I think it's about 1,100. So proper, safe and pleasant cycling infrastructure, and I'm missing out the bit about the Sustrans report and talking about the Didcot Garden Line now, which was proposed in 2017, but I'll talk about that a bit later. They also have a side benefit to the visitor economy and increased health benefits through increased physical activity, which has a benefit to the economy in the longer term. This is not the same as cycle routes which are alongside main roads with a 40 or 50 mile per hour speed limit. For example, the cycle lane alongside the A4130 in Didcot, which I use occasionally, is not well used. It's poorly maintained, with a large amount of gravel or stones that's thrown up by passing traffic on it. And if you ever use a bicycle, you know that actually gravel or stones are a real hazard, really off-putting for safety. So maintenance of cycle routes and safe and pleasant cycle routes are what are key to economic growth. If we just go on to the route chosen and the probably slight confusion actually about the land safeguarded in the South Oxfordshire local plan and how this has an impact on how the ability of the local community to engage with the consultations around the routes and the proposed changes. I just want to go back to their reference to the 2017 garden line, which was shown to take the route that we talk about, or I talk about in paragraph 5, due south from Culham campus, and then joining the Didcot perimeter road at the Sires Hill Lady Grove junction. And Appleford Parish Council as well proposed a route further west as it passed the village, so just going further west round the village, that would have had a reduced immunity and health impacts on the residents. And I'm aware that these are not routes that were agreed by the inspector of the South Oxfordshire local plan inquiry, and so not actually within the scope of this inquiry, but I wanted to mention these to show how far the scheme has come from the 2017 garden line proposal, which actually had great support from the local people and parishes. Just to go on about the claim that the Hif scheme will reduce traffic going through villages, particularly Sutton Courtenay but particularly Appleford. At least half of the North East Didcot development, I think it's also called Lady Grove North. The obvious route will be to access the Hif Road and the Thames Bridge through Appleford Village, which they would do anyway. So with or without the Hif, it has no impact on the numbers of people going through Appleford Village to cross the Thames to go north. And this means that any claim that this will reduce villages is not quite accurate. It will make no difference to Appleford, and I think the same could be said of Sutton Courtenay for any developments to the west of that village. Southbound traffic from Long Wittenham, when flooding closes the road to Clifton Hampden, will also go through Appleford to cross the Thames, to use the new Thames crossing, or to use Culham Bridge, though Culham Bridge and Clifton Hampden tend to close at similar times when there's flooding issues. That's unless flooding issues are addressed at Long Wittenham and Clifton Hampden. Actually addressing those flooding issues could make the need for the Hif scheme unnecessary. But the risk is that the Hif1 scheme could make addressing these flooding issues actually less likely to happen because of resource diversion to the Hif scheme itself. The flooding has increased in severity and frequency, and I'll talk more about this later. But there is testimony to the fact, because I was at the Burcott and Clifton Hampden Parish Council meeting last night, where they're invoking a Section 19 inquiry into the flooding at Clifton Hampden and Burcott, because it's got so bad. Just addressing the schools and the access to the schools from Appleford and Sutton Courtenay, and also to a certain extent Culham. I can add that children in Culham also attend the Europa School. Some do use the train sometimes, but most use the school bus or are driven. The school bus provision is actually excellent, and the Culham Bus Club provides a great service. If the scheme was built as proposed, any children from Appleford wanting to cycle to the Europa School would need to cross this new cycle lane at the T-junction with the B4016 at Appleford. They would need to turn right and so cross the main road there. But more importantly, they would need to cycle along the existing parts of Appleford that are currently unsuitable, such as over the railway bridge there, which is, it's very narrow, and because it's a humpback bridge, you can't see if something's coming towards you until you're practically on the bridge or practically on the top of the hump. So there are no improvements to this particular part and the other parts of Appleford or in Sutton Courtenay. So residents benefiting from modal shift as a result of the Hif scheme, I think, is slight. To say that there will be more modal shift from the neighbouring villages to go to school or work because of the cycling bus provision or other modal shift infrastructure along the Hif road is to discount the problem that the villages will have to go through the same poor provision of cycling and crossings, etc., as they do now on the routes that go to meet the Hif. And as someone very interested in promoting active travel and modal shift to active travel for the last decade or more, I know that the key thing that stops people cycling, wheeling or walking is perceptions of safety. It's not necessarily actual safety or statistical risk of safety. It's actually perceptions, how people perceive how safe they will be. I then go on to talk about, as you can see, the issues that Sutton Courtenay have and their concerns with induced traffic, and they feel that that the failure to allow for induced traffic will actually impact their village in a way that it is not brought out in the cases from the applicant. And it's also very much the case for Newnham Courtenay, as others have pointed out, and I won't push those points because I think others have pointed that out. To go on to existing congestion issues, I think this is a really key point. Congestion is at peak times. It's generally at peak times. I'd say, it's 90% at peak times for the majority of the day, and the weekends, the 415 and the bridges run really well. There isn't congestion. Congestion again around Didcot is at peak times. And there are certain pinch points, as is being pointed out, Manor Roundabout, Great Western Park, Hitchcock Way, etc. Part of the reason for this is that the public transport services, as well as the active travel, the historic active travel provision, has been poor or inconsistent over the last 19 years that I've been here, that's for sure. And I've just given you some examples of that and how, for example, if you want to support Culham campus and the Culham residential site, an example is that there were whole gaps of 3-year gaps when no bus services ran along the A415 at all past the campus. Appleford is still not served by any bus route at all. And until recently, I'd say in the last couple of years, trains from Didcot to Culham and Culham to Oxford have been sparse, but that is much better recently, as I've said earlier. So to relieve congestion at peak times is one of the most straightforward of projects, especially when there are a few clear destinations for that peak traffic, as there are here and as there are in the South Oxfordshire Local Plan. Harwell, Milton Park, Culham campus and the Europa School, as well as some sites around Didcot and other schools. So the key Science Vale sites have been referred to. And I refer to what I said above about the improvements in the public transport offer and the school bus offer recently, which has meant that the recent expansion at the campus and the schools have not led to more congestion at peak times. And I would like to address what the leader of the Culham Bus Club said on the first day of this inquiry about the flooding and the closures of the A34, which do create congestion. And everyone in this area knows that when the A34 has been closed, we don't have to check, the news or the traffic news. You just know it because suddenly, very quickly, it's obvious by that the build-up of traffic in all the roads around here. The 2 local bridges, of course, as I've alluded to before, have been closed with increasing frequency as a result of flooding. The flooding is a result of climate change impacts, the warmest and wettest winter for decades. But there's what we contend is the solutions should be addressed at source, or those problems should be addressed with solutions at source. The Highways Authority, the applicant, has said it cannot change the A34. Of course, they can't directly, it's not their remit. But for local people, this is not just a failure in terms of influence and partnership working with National Highways Authority, but it is a grave issue because we also use the A34 and we're exposed to its safety problems. If it is not addressed, the A34 will still bring traffic to the new roads when it's closed. With the proposed growth plan, this will lead to the same problems that the bus club faces. And the other issue is the flooding, which causes the old bridges to close. So we live right by one of the largest rivers in England. That's a fact of where we live. Flood defences are therefore essential, and work on these have not kept up with need. And of course, there's going to be greater demand for these with climate change. We're sitting in a place now that is flooded. We're just quite lucky those bridges haven't been closed today, but they could be. So when the roads leading up to both the bridges flood, they often flood homes. So we will need to address this flooding. We should be addressing it now, because it will both increase in frequency, but it will increase in severity. The costs and the work for these will need to take place anyway, so why aren't we focusing resources on this now and thereby address what is the main cause of the huge delays that we heard about, the huge delays. We're not talking about the normal peak delays, we're talking about the huge delays that the Cullen Bus Club talked about. That will be a win-win if we address them. The buses provide a very good service. They have delays because of these specific events. And with regards to commercial buses' ability to run a reliable and profitable service, with growth planned in the district, the risk is bus delays will increase with congestion unless modal shift to active and public transport is prioritised, and when roads induce more traffic leading to predicted further congestion, bus services withdrawn, they're not commercially viable, so it's a vicious circle. Then I go on to address the need for road connections between the science sites, which I think has been overemphasised. There is very little need for those science sites to have personnel physically move, and travel. As I said, and I won't go on about this, but it's the way to deal with employment, increasing commuter access is with a whole range of interventions that can be done in partnership with employees and the highways authorities. It's a further point I want to make on that is that it's noticeable that on Mondays and Fridays congestion is much less than on other days. And these are actually key working from home days for many people. So there's hybrid working. I think there was something earlier on when one of the barristers were talking to Sir Ian about, 100% working from home. No one suggests that there'll be 100% working from home. It's always a hybrid model. That's where everyone is going towards. It's very noticeable that those days are generally chosen. Yesterday morning, I cycled past the Europa School at 8 o'clock in the morning across the traffic lights and the junction with Tame Lane. There were perhaps 5 cars waiting at the lights and a further 5 to 6 cars and a bus waiting to turn into Tame Lane. That's a key time for the school to start and for people to go to work. But one of the key risks to planned growth in this area is the congestion on the A415 towards Abingdon in the evening peak period during term time. And I don't believe this is addressed by this scheme at all. It's actually, this scheme risks worsening that congestion. The fact that Abingdon has not been in scope for the traffic modelling means the scheme is highly risky in terms of providing what it sets out to provide, which is unlocking growth in this area. Unlocking growth requires a multiple of infrastructure schemes, in our opinion, that are focused on modal shift and traffic demand management. Some parts of the scheme may serve that purpose, but the scheme has been presented as one whole scheme and has to be considered as a whole. In fact, one of the planning committee members was so concerned about the traffic modelling, he even declared that he just didn't believe it. It wasn't convincing at all. I then go on to talk about induced traffic and predicted travel movement impacts on Appleford. And I just want to add to that, if the growth in the waste transfer facility does take place, this, along with the continued operation of the composting and quarry facilities around Appleford, means that the lorries, which are currently out of sight of residents, will be within sight of them, especially in the winter months, but further, they'll be accelerating up a slope and then down again, so they'll be decelerating. And the prevailing wind direction means the noise and the pollutants will therefore be much worse for the residents. But I'll leave that for Dr. Angela Hall to take into more detail. I then go and talk about over-engineering. There's a feeling and a discussion in the joint parish committee that it's a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The scheme doesn't provide enough suitable opportunities for modal shift and traffic reduction proposals, so traffic management. The traffic regulation orders are only to be provided after the scheme has been given planning permission. And this makes it impossible to assess the true impact of the scheme on all the key receptors, environment, nature, people, congestion, etc. And for example, the dualling of the A4130, if it was for a bus lane, this would address some of the issues that the bus company have brought out in their letter. If there were traffic restrictions, for example, to the existing older bridges, which have been suggested verbally, these could contribute to modal shift and a reduction in the overall congestion at peak periods, and possibly address concerns about induced demand. But unless these are presented as part of the application, they cannot be quantified or assessed. The impact on the ecology of the River Thames and the greenbelt areas, particularly the loss of trees and hedgerows, is egregious. And the proposed mitigations are not convincing. And I just want to add to that in a time of huge flooding where the ground around here is saturated, and it's completely saturated. The flooding often happens not from the river into homes, but it comes off the fields because the fields are not absorbing any more water. They're saturated. The removal of trees and hedgerows is a really high risk thing to do. The proposed mitigations to this are not convincing. The health impacts on the residents, we contend, have not been assessed adequately. And I would therefore, as I said earlier, I would contend that has an impact on economic growth. So in conclusion, I don't think it was easy for the original planning committee to turn down such a pivotal piece of infrastructure. Indeed, I saw councillors really concerned because we know that the impact of turning this down would have on neighbouring districts. But we also know here that each application in a planning context must be considered on its own merits. It's not about the possibility of not having a particular scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Woolley, are you content for me to go to cross-examination? Invite Mr. Humphreys to cross-examine.
It's a bit.
It's 4:10. Is everyone happy if we just keep going? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Humphreys.
Ms. Casey Rehay, you have 6 sections in your proof of evidence. I'm going to start with the first of those, which is on your page 2. And the page numbering I'm going to use is in the original proof. And that first section is on infrastructure support for the proposed new housing. And we know, you as a district councillor will know very well that literally thousands of new dwellings are allocated in the Science Vale area in the 2 local plans. Many are being constructed, others have planning permission. Also very large employment allocations. Do you accept the need for any highway, walkway, cycleway improvements to support that population and employment growth?
Yes, of course. You can't build that many houses and expand employment, as I said, without some extra infrastructure, which could be highways, and it could be a mixture of highways and other types of infrastructure to connect people.
And so the difference between us is not so much on the principle about whether there needs to be new infrastructure to support the housing and employment, but more the detail of what that is. Would that be fair?
That is fair, yes, and I refer to the 2017 Didcot Garden Line to show how much support that proposal had. And I think all of that is, in a sense, implicit from your next section that starts at paragraph 4, which is on the route chosen. And in your paragraph 4, you say the land safeguarded in the South Oxfordshire local plan has not been used. A new route proposed much later and used as the final route comes much closer to housing in Appleford and school and housing in Culham. This means the health impacts on residents is likely to be greater. So you're talking about here the land safeguarded in the South Oxfordshire local plan. Could we look at that, please? And before we do, you talked there about the route is closer to Appleford. So is it of the 4 elements of the scheme, are you talking there about the Thames crossing element? I'm talking about when we talk about Appleford, of course, we're talking about the bridge that goes behind Appleford, to the west of Appleford.
Exactly. We're not talking about, you're not talking about Clifton, Hampden, or coming off the A34. It's that part of the safeguarding you're talking about.
It's from, so it's from the part that goes from behind Appleford across the Thames to join the A415, exactly.
Perfect.
Of which there were many. There were a number of routes proposed at different periods.
So, can we look at the South Oxfordshire District Council plan, December 2020. So that's a document called G.01. Do you have it?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Yes.
And you need to turn. I'm going to look at the safeguarding plan. It's on PDF page 264. And this is one of these plans where actually some things shown are in South Oxfordshire and other things shown are actually in Vale of White Horse. Tell me when you've got to the plan. PDF page 264. Oh, sorry, 266. Sorry, 266. Actual page 264.
Yes, I'm there.
You got it?
Yes.
And the red here is South Oxfordshire District Council, right. And the blue is in fact Vale of White Horse. What
Correct.
The 2020 SODC plan was reflecting here was the earlier Vale of White Horse safeguarding, but by the time the South Oxfordshire plan came forward, the the alignment had actually moved, which is why the blue and the red don't line up. So two things, just see if we can agree. As far as the red goes, i.e. the alignment in the South Oxfordshire plan, that does show the current proposed alignment, doesn't it?
I believe it does.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. At earlier times, other alignments were looked at, and the one from the Vale of the White Horse plan is shown there in blue. That land was safeguarded. It doesn't mean we have to use it, but that was what was safeguarded. In fact,
Indeed.
what the inspector should note is that the actual alignment as proposed hasn't moved closer to Appleford, it's actually moved further away from Appleford, hasn't it?
I believe the alignment is now slightly to the well, it's within that area, but it's slightly to the middle to the east of that.
Yes,
well, you might be right. Within that safeguarded
it joins up
land.
It joins up with the
at the top, yeah.
With the red.
With the red bit, yeah.
And so it would be wrong, wouldn't it, of the inspector to conclude, as she might do from your paragraph 4, that the route as shown in the local plans had actually moved closer to Appleford. That would be inappropriate, wouldn't it?
Do you mean closer to Appleford in relation to this blue safeguarding line?
Yes. You referred to the safeguarded land in the South Oxfordshire local plan. I've taken you to
yes.
The land. You say the new route, as proposed, is much later and comes much closer to Appleford. And I was just simply making sure the inspector's got the point that in terms of safeguarding, the proposed route moves further away from Appleford.
But within that safeguarded blue land, yes.
It's not within the safeguarded blue land. It's further away at the northern end.
Towards in the northern part of that safeguarded blue area, yes, that's correct.
I see.
But where it's very close is in the sort of middle.
Mm-hmm. Well, the inspector obviously, will see the actual alignment. I'm not going to debate
yes.
where it is.
Indeed.
And although you draw attention also to the Europa school, we can see that in the safeguarding actually, or any of the other plans. It's slightly further west along the A415 from the junction with Hif1, and you, as I understand it, make points about that. What the inspector can certainly note is that however far it is from Hif1, it's much closer to the existing A415. It's a school right next to a road. Hif1 is much further away.
Yes, but I think the point I was trying to make, and it's a point from a point of view of residential consultation and understanding, is that there were a number of routes proposed over the period of, I think, from 2017 to about 2020, the end of 2020. And there was safeguarded land proposed in some of the versions of the South Oxfordshire local plan in particular, which then, in sort of the middle of 2020, a new route was proposed further to the west, and that was outside any of the safeguarded land at that point. When the South Oxfordshire local plan went to inspection, the safeguarded land was obviously changed in relation to the new proposed route, which is further west.
Exactly.
I'd like to also just, if I may, just say from the point of view of local residents, that consultation of that new route outside the emerging local plan safeguarded land happened during lockdown. So it was a surprise, let's say.
And in your paragraph 5, you make the point as an originally proposed route to the east of the railway that would have been further away from the existing quarries, Appleford sidings and ponds, was dismissed, and in a sense that's part of the history. But we should just note that obviously any alignment to the east of Appleford would take the highway closer to other properties, those in the parish of Long Whitnam, for example, but also across greenfield land as opposed to the brownfield land, former quarries and etc., on which much of the existing route goes. You'd have taken it straight across farmland.
Do you want me to comment? You want me to comment on that?
Yes, I think you should.
So we would contend that the eastern route, though it hasn't been explored in great detail, it would be closer to Long Whitnam, but it would not be closer to Long Whitnam in the same way or as close to Long Whitnam as the current route is to Appleford. Secondly, this land is greenbelt land.
Yes, I wasn't saying green belt, I was saying green field.
I know, no, I understand, thank you, the difference, yes. But this is greenbelt land. To build in green fields in greenbelt land requires exceptional circumstances, and while you would prefer as a planning authority to build on brownfield if possible, if there are exceptional circumstances, we would contend that some of the exceptional circumstances would be that the engineering is much easier, it's much cheaper, and it could have greater beneficial results if you accept there are very special circumstances, I think it's called, or exceptional circumstances at all.
And your paragraph 6, you then move on to a slightly different point. You say for at least half of the new houses in northeast Didcot development, the obvious route to access the new Hif1 Road, Thames Bridge, would be through capitalised Appleford Village. Can I get you, if you've got it on the computer, can I just get you to look at Mr. Wisdom's rebuttal evidence? Do you have that one?
I have it somewhere. Yes, I have it here, yes.
Thank you. And within that, turn to PDF page 8.
Can you give me a paragraph?
I was going to take you to figure 3. And this is the master plan for northeast Didcot.
Oh, yes.
And you can see that the principal access points in the development are not to the north, but they're actually on the south, the continuation of the A4130, which, if people wished to access Hif1, their natural route would be to go to the Colette roundabout, which is that roundabout on the northern edge of Didcot, and then up Hif1. I'm not suggesting that there is absolutely no route to the north, but the entire focus of a highway access is to the south.
That's correct, but people don't always do the obvious thing, because if you live, well, I mean, people do, beg your pardon, people do the obvious thing in terms of the shortest route. and they don't always take the shortest main route or the main route that designers wish them to do. If you live in the north part of that area,
Yes.
and you have access onto the road called Lady Grove, it will be shorter to go through Appleford. So what we were saying is that it will be the same. There will be no reduction. There would still be people going through Lady Grove to get across the river.
Yes.
Sorry, not Lady Grove. Going through Appleford to get across the river to the north.
But in fairness, that relies, doesn't it, on speculation that people will, you can see how detailed the layout of the roads is, people will wend their way all the way through the Northeast Didcot master plan area in order to get onto a very minor road, in order to then go on a series of other very minor roads, rather than simply going on to the much better roads with major roundabout junctions to the south and onto Hif1. Now, obviously, people may do all sorts of things, but there is no obvious reason, is there, why people would take a much more convoluted and difficult route rather than the rather obvious one that's presented to them to the south. No obvious reason why they would do that. You don't suggest any obvious reason.
I think the reason is that the only convoluted bit is the sharp bend to the right into Appleford, which is convoluted. But Lady Grove and the B4016 or Sires Hill are just single carriageway roads. They're not particularly windy, apart from that, like I said, that sharp bend to the right into Appleford.
And
so I don't think they're particularly illogical to use.
Okay, well, paragraph 7, you say Appleford Village does not have a primary school and a large number attend the Sutton Courtenay school, but you also tell us that most children are driven there because there is no safe alternative and no plans for any. I think here your position is that your main criticism seems to be, or seems to relate to the small section of road from Appleford Village itself to the T-junction with Hif1, rather than the provision on Hif1. Is that fair?
Yes, partly, yes. Yes, I'm saying the access to the new provision that is being promoted as good cycle provision.
Yes. But for anyone wanting to cycle to Sutton Courtenay, certainly the proposed provision is an improvement over what is there at the moment.
For people wanting to cycle to Sutton Courtenay, that's an improvement you're submitting.
Yes, the inspector can see it on the plans.
It's only an improvement for a very short amount of that. So if one was going to cycle from somewhere in Appleford, you'd have to negotiate an ordinary road with no cycle provision and over a humpback bridge until you access some new cycle provision in Appleford itself. Then you would meet the Hif Road at a T-junction, need to turn right along there and cycle.
But you'd be on dedicated cycleways.
And then you'd be on cycle dedicated, exactly. Then you'd have to go round that roundabout and turn left towards Sutton Courtenay, and then you would leave any dedicated cycle provision and go on the existing road, which has no cycle provision at all. It hasn't got a pavement, in fact.
But your point, as I understand it, is not that there's anything wrong with the cycle provision in Hif1. It's you would like to see more cycle provision as part of other schemes. You've told us as much.
My point is that claims that it would make it easier for villagers to get around with active travel and therefore modal shift doesn't take into account other issues. It gives certain amount of cycle provision, but that's not in relation to the journeys that need to be made by residents.
And your paragraph 8, I think is making similar points. You say the inclusion of a junction proposed roundabout between the A4106 and Hif Road constructed between Appleford and Sutton Courtenay will increase rush hour density on the B4016 passing through Sutton Courtenay, would be used to get to the A415. The modelling just doesn't show this, does it?
In the case that the bridges at Culham close because of flooding, which I don't think the modelling takes into account those particular times, it would definitely mean that people would be driving, wouldn't they, to access the Hif Bridge. The idea of providing this new bridge is to reduce the demand on the two old bridges. That's one of the purported proposals, because they're, for whatever reason, old, etc., etc. We know the reasons.
Yes. But so, you talk about this underpinned by the totally inadequate modelling of the east-west traffic through Sutton Courtenay. There is modelling of traffic through Sutton Courtenay. It shows a reduction with the scheme.
Sutton Courtenay Parish Council feel that it's not adequate. It doesn't take into account developments to the west adequately, which the new bridge could induce demand across and through their village.
Sorry, developments to the west of what?
Of Sutton Courtenay.
Developments to the west of Sutton.
So, for example,
these are sites 14, 15 and 16, for example. Yes, my understanding those are all included in the modelling. The ones at Drayton.
The ones at Drayton, indeed. And it's my understanding that the modelling doesn't take into account the closure of Culham and Clifton Hampden bridges.
Well, sorry, can I just be clear? Your first point is that it doesn't take account of this other development, housing development, is that right?
It doesn't, yes, it doesn't take into account the impact on Sutton Courtenay villages of other developments.
Sorry, 1 minute. Sorry, you said it doesn't take into account development to the west of Sutton Courtenay, and I thought you said it was sites 14, 15 and 16. Was that right or not? Did I mishear?
To be fair, the map I have of the developments doesn't have the numbers on them, so I beg your pardon. But yes, in Drayton.
Yes, right, it's the three sites 14, in Drayton.
15 and 16.
But on what basis do you say that the modelling hasn't taken those into account? I don't understand that.
Because it doesn't take an induced demand.
That's not induced demand, that's an allocation.
It is an allocation, but if you don't take into account induced demand with your modelling of any movements at all, and I refer back to what I said about North-East Didcot, where people make, I think it's called unorthodox movements, so not always predicted.
Yes, but induced demand isn't unorthodox movements, is it?
No, it's not, but it includes those as well. It's not just that. Induced demand is bringing people to cross a river because they've got a new bridge, which is, in effect, more efficient than if they go to the north, especially if they're going to the northwest or into Oxford. when, for example, the A34 is closed, they would be going into that. They'll be going east and then north, wouldn't they?
Well, Ms. Casey-Rehay, you haven't adequately described, I don't think, why the people in Drayton wouldn't just travel north on the road that goes north out of Drayton. But let's not second guess the modelling. The model has included all of that. Is it just that you don't believe the model? Is that what it comes down to?
I'm not a modelling expert, and I would refer you back to the joint parishes submissions on the modelling and induced demand, rather than try and answer that myself, if that's okay.
Then you come on to deal with existing congestion issues, and your paragraph 10, you say congestion is generally at peak times only. But that is, of course, exactly when people are going to work or school. It's not of much use to someone going to school to tell them, well, look, if you go at lunchtime, it'll be easier. I mean, that's why they are the peak times, isn't it? Because it's the times when people want to or need to travel. That's why that's sensitive, isn't it?
That's correct, and that's what we are trying to say, in that it is the most, I suppose, straightforward of demands to manage and to reduce, with many and various strategies, whether it be through highway development or other strategies, for example, public transport provision, travel plans and employers, etc., etc.
But we have the letter, the very strongly supportive letter from the Oxford Bus Company, making it very clear that reliability and the times of delays to buses are one of the reasons why there aren't more services. It's just unrealistic to just say, well, there needs to be more public transport if the bus companies aren't going to put on that transport because the buses can't get through. That's not a real alternative, is it? It's not a strategy. It's just a wish list.
So I believe that argument about unrealism comes from a predict and provide approach, which is exactly what we're saying is not the policy. Predict and provide says that there's lots of traffic, buses can't get through, and then it can't be commercially viable. So therefore, we need to make more roads. But all the experience and facts and studies show that then you get induced demand. And in fact, I believe that the modelling shows that the bridges, for example, will be at peak capacity within 10 or 12 years, when not even all the strategic sites will have finished being built out. So you'll have an issue where bus companies will be saying we can't be commercially viable maybe in 10 or 12 years. But what my contention is that there's a whole variety of schemes that need to be put in place to manage that peak demand, which actually can be quite straightforward in terms of the fact you're managing maybe 2 hours in the morning or an hour and a half in the morning and 2 hours in the evening to specific destinations from specific leaving points or locations. That's much easier to manage and it's much more effective. Yes. And they've done that in many countries around the world.
But Ms. Casey-Rehay, you're just throwing, you're not an expert witness here, you're a member of the public, you're just throwing around concepts of predict and provide, induce traffic, other measures. What other measures would actually work here? Because if there were measures, why hasn't your council actually adopted them? Why haven't you done them?
Parish councils don't manage highways.
No, but you are also part of a district council.
But I'm not here as part of a district
you're
council,
not.
and I don't have...
Of course you don't. But if it was that easy, if it was just something we could do, why wouldn't we have done it?
Can I refer you to a part of my evidence that I include, which is the report from an organisation called Create Streets, which is Computer Says Road. That sets out exactly why local authorities and highways authorities do think in that way. But also, I would contend that this scheme is, ironically, it bridges two sets of thinking and two sets of policies, which is, it was conceived under one way of thinking, and it's had to be carried on because it's a big, huge scheme which takes a long time, and I have huge sympathy, of course, with the people who designed this, under another way of thinking. In 5 or 6 or 7 years, the policy framework within which this is designed has changed. Not only the policy framework, I think people's recognition of the impact, which is the most important thing, the impact of climate change, has changed. It's very difficult to pivot as an officer.
Ms. Casey, Ray, I mean, you're doing it again. You're just throwing out general concepts and not actually focusing on, there's no evidence here. There's no substance to this. It's just something else will...
So I have put evidence in that report, and I refer you to the Create Streets report.
Yes, but that's not evidence about this scheme or the needs of this scheme. That's just a general report focused really on urban areas.
Some of this is for urban areas. So
Okay.
I think it's entirely relevant, and I understand what you're saying is that I'm not referring to specific paragraphs, but I also would like the inspector to understand that what I'm representing here is the views of residents, and sometimes it can be generalist.
Of course.
But there are, approaches that residents feel have been taken that are not appropriate any longer.
Let's move on. Your paragraph 14, you're in the section on need for road connections between sites in the Science Vale, and you make here a point about no evidence that a road connection between the Science Vale sites would contribute to employment growth in this area. And your evidence is discussions between local councillors and the Culham Science Centre. Now, we know that UK AEA is clearly supportive of Hif1. So who is it at the Culham Science Centre that suggested or implied that Hif1 was not required?
No one said that Hif1 is not required, because that wasn't the question that we asked in the conversation that I'm referring to.
All right. Well, who is it that made the comments that you've put forward here?
It was Sir Ian Chapman.
Well, we heard from Sir Ian Chapman. I would have thought his evidence was pretty clear, wasn't it, about the need for the Hif1 scheme? Pretty unequivocal, I would say.
Indeed, but the reasoning that I'm contending here is the reasoning I think has been put forward, that the need for the road to engender employment growth, because Science Vale sites need connectivity between personnel, doesn't make sense, because the number of personnel movements between, for example, Culham and Harwell, or Culham, when I say Culham, I mean Culham campus, and Harwell, or Culham campus and Milton Park, is not necessary in terms of the work that they do. They may, and they do support the road to engender growth and to encourage people to come and live and work there. We would contend it's because it's the only thing that they were offered, but I'm sure that's another point, that there isn't another offering to them.
Two more issues. Your paragraph 18, this is where you touch on the concept of induced traffic. And here your evidence is an access report for the FCC, that's the Waste Operator Application to extend the waste transfer facility. You will have seen in Ms. Curry's evidence, she reproduces a series of figures in her table 6 to demonstrate that the model, and in particular the strategic model, the OSM, does not indicate induced traffic. Are you qualified to answer questions on that, or is that not a matter that I should take you to?
I would like to mention that with the expansion, or the possible expansion of the waste transfer facility, the road that then, the Hif scheme that then goes obviously next to Appleford, and the route chosen means that increased traffic will be going up the slope and coming down the slope, and there'll be heavy and large goods vehicles which are accelerating, decelerating.
But that's not induced traffic, is it? Do you know what induced traffic is?
Yeah, I do indeed know what induced traffic is.
This is,
yes,
in effect, people who would have gone by some other mode, public transport or walked, but then decide to travel by car.
Indeed.
Well, that doesn't really apply to the FCC vehicles, does it? They weren't going to cycle somewhere.
So at the moment they go south to the Didcot Perimeter Road.
Yeah, that's redistribution of traffic. That's not inducing traffic.
That's indeed, and I may have used that in the wrong term, but yes, it's redistribution traffic.
Right.
However, with
in your proof,
can I just finish this? With the possible expansion of that waste facility, the actual existence of the possible Hif road could induce demand in the sense of it would make that expansion more likely to happen.
Right. So when in your proof, generally, you refer to induced traffic, is that in effect what you're talking about, either redistribution of traffic or that with Hif1 certain housing sites or employment sites are able to come forward? Is that what you mean?
Certain sites that are not necessarily in the plan, so for example the expansion of the waste transfer facility, which I believe is not within the plans of the Vale of the White Horse.
Okay. So the last little subheading you have is over-engineering, and here you say this is a sledgehammer to crack a nut. We know, however, don't we, that apart from that section of the A4130 leading to, but not including the Science Bridge, the scheme is completely single carriageway each way. Yeah. It includes, obviously, I think it's 20 kilometres of cycleways, walkways, etc. And you nodded, but if you could just say yes, this so that
yes,
the inspector.
beg your pardon.
Thank you. we know that the sort of alternative that the Neighbouring Parish Councils Joint Committee has put forward, which is a predominantly walking, cycling, public transport solution, would require a, my words, massive modal shift away from the car.
I'd have to contend that the joint parishes are not putting forward alternatives. What they're saying is that this scheme has been put forward as a whole. There could be benefits for some parts of it, but because it's gone to a planning committee and now to inquiry as a whole, there are parts of it which are over-engineered in our opinion and do not deliver some of the benefits that are claimed.
Okay,
and so it has been rejected, or it has to be accepted or rejected on the basis that it's presented.
So we come almost full circle to one of the first questions, which is therefore to understand which parts the Neighbouring Parish Councils Joint Committee does and does not object to. So if we start with that first section of the A4130, the dualling coming off the Milton interchange, which extends
Yes.
dualling towards the old A station site.
Yes.
Do you object to that?
So in my final paragraph, I talk about the traffic reduction orders. I think it's my final paragraph. And the issues that we have been discussing with the Highways Authority verbally have been that there could be some traffic reduction orders. I should say they're traffic regulation orders. I think TRO means.
Ms. Keserahe, sorry to interrupt you. I don't want a sort of full discussion just on what representations you've made. You made the point a moment ago, which I'm not surprised to hear, that there are some parts of the package that you think appropriate, other parts you think are over-engineered. And I just want to, for the inspector, help understand on behalf of the Joint Committee which are. So I'm just going to take you through each of the four elements, and I'm going to ask you, is that one you support? Is that one that you think is over-engineered but you support the concept, or is it one that you think is unnecessary? So the first bit is that section of dualling on the A4130 to the first of the roundabouts that leads to the Science Bridge.
So I think the issue with the dualling of the A4130 and then adding a cycle lane to it, and then trying to address bus connectivity without making one of those dual lanes a bus lane, and with the academic studies that show induced demand when you increase capacity on roads,
okay, so
that actually that won't work. So it's over-engineered into what it's trying to achieve without...
Right, so object to that bit.
TROs. No, not completely. Without some traffic regulation orders that have been verbally discussed, which are not in this application.
Okay, so...
It's over-engineered.
That bit fine, but you think... Well, not over-engineered. You think there should be bus lanes rather than a second...
There could be bus lanes along there to make the buses run correctly,
fine.
Yes.
Then the Science Bridge, which is obviously needed in order to cross the railway lines, because otherwise traffic has to go further into Didcot and becomes mixed with Didcot traffic. Do you think there should be a crossing of an additional crossing of the railway lines, and is the location of the old A station an appropriate location for that? Again, just if you can confine it to...
Yes, the Joint Parishes doesn't have a particular opinion on that area because we haven't studied it.
Okay, so fine. And then we go round the A4130 extension around the northern part of Didcot. Any particular objection to that, the extension of the Science Bridge and what continues after it to the Colette roundabout?
Again, no specific opinion.
Okay. Then we get the bit from the Colette roundabout north, which goes to the Sutton Courtenay roundabout, the new roundabout, and then on the viaduct to the A415. Is that object in principle, over-engineered, don't have a view?
So I think the joint parishes have put in a number of issues with the flyover and the bridges and the sidings, which means that it's an extremely large and intrusive structure for the Appleford residents, and have put in some various times different alternatives.
Do you think, however, there should be an additional crossing of the Thames? I'm assuming the answer is yes, because you wanted it further east. So do you think there should be a further bridge over the Thames to relieve the Sutton Culham Cut Bridge and the Clifton Hampton Bridge?
I think we think it's very difficult to say that for sure, because other alternatives haven't been looked into in detail. So, for example, and what I was referring to about the flooding, is that some of that flooding, the issues which close the old bridges, which are the flooding issues, they're not other issues. They're the flooding issues which close the bridges. Need to be addressed at some. They will need to be addressed, those flooding issues.
And the inspector should note, don't they, that both sets of bridges have traffic lights?
They have traffic lights. Yes, that's right. Yes, they have traffic lights.
And then the Clifton Hampton bypass. Does the joint committee object to that?
The Clifton Hampton bypass could be problematic in the sense that
so the answer is yes.
It could be problematic because what happens beyond that is unclear, and because it's joined up with the whole, i.e., as I said right at the beginning, it's presented as a whole scheme. Any traffic that could want to avoid the Oxford Ring Road will use that, in theory. It will go on to the B4015 to the Golden Balls roundabout.
Which leads into the Oxford Ring Road.
To go to the Oxford Ring Road.
Yes. So
the B4015, even before the Golden Balls roundabout, is entirely unsuitable and has no provision for modal shift. There are no buses along there at the moment.
But in the South Oxfordshire plan, there is a policy to improve it.
Improve which bit?
Golden Balls roundabout. And in the LTCP.
There is, but that doesn't address the gap between where the bypass arrives on the B4015 and the Golden Balls roundabout.
So,
which is about a mile.
I think that's helpful, and we then get an understanding of which bits of the scheme you actively object to and which you have concerns about.
I'd say we actively have issues with.
And those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, I am sorry it's taken slightly longer. We went down several avenues that I had not quite expected.
I think if everybody's willing, we still push through and finish this today. Mr. Henderson, do you have further questions?
I do, Madam, yes, thank you very much. Can we just clarify one of the additional statements you made in your evidence in chief? You said that in the heart of this were two expert reports the parish councils received in about 2017-18. What were those expert reports?
Sorry, where are you reading
yes,
from?
Yes, of course. If you're on the first block of red text, Madam.
Thank you.
And if you go down to the paragraph, just halfway down the page, it says it was when the parish council commissioned some expert reports.
Okay.
There were expert reports that Culham Parish Council commissioned were on traffic and on Greenbelt and on environment, as far as I remember.
Okay, who by?
I'd have to go back and find those out for you. I can do that.
Let's go to your proof of evidence then, your paragraph 2, please. You say new cycle routes have been long planned and required. For example, Scienceville cycle network to support growth in this area of employment. New bus routes have been repeatedly requested by local parish councils and people. I think that should be to relieve morning and evening use of congestion and relieve school time congestion, controlled pedestrian crossing at busy interchanges. Those parish councils that you're referring to there, that includes Cullen Parish Council, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Yeah. And the reason why you requested new bus routes and pedestrian crossings was because you recognised that there was an existing problem of congestion which needed to be addressed now for the residents of Cullen, didn't you?
So there were a number of reasons.
Well, one of the reasons was because you recognised there were existing problems of congestion which needed to be addressed now for the residents of Cullen.
There are existing congestion into Abingdon, yes. And there was a desire for the residents to use modes of travel which is not just their car. They felt quite car-bound.
And you tell us that it's been long planned and required. That is since at least 2014, isn't it?
Yes. Well, before that, actually, the Cullen community-led plan was published in 2014, so that's our marker. But as you know, plans take a while to develop.
And your proof of evidence, please, paragraph 13, you talk about recent improvements in frequency and reliability of train services stopping at Cullen and new bus services along the A415 should go towards relieving commuter congestion when established, with encouragement incentives for employers. Further permanent public transport additions could make a big improvement in congestion levels. So your view again is that further intervention is needed to address existing levels of congestion. That's right, isn't it?
Peak time congestion, as we said, yes.
Yeah. And did you hear Mr. Foxall's evidence, or have you read Mr. Foxall's evidence?
I don't believe I have.
Okay. Well, Mr. Foxall looks at the available transport modelling data for 4 key junctions around Cullen, and he identifies unacceptable peak time congestion at those junctions. That would be consistent with your experience and the experience of those who live in Cullen Parish, wouldn't it?
The experience of Cullen Parish is there has been congestion for some time, but it hasn't changed.
No, but it's at peak time, you said, yes?
At peak times.
And it's unacceptable, because if it wasn't, you wouldn't be bothering to call for all of these extra improvements, would you?
It's unacceptable in certain areas, indeed, particularly going into Abingdon in the evening peak times.
So that's the need side of the equation. On the solution side of the equation, your proof of evidence, please, paragraph 15. You've got 3 different aspects. The first of those is employer travel plans. Yeah. And you know, I assume, that the UK AEA has a travel plan that is aligned with the local transport and connectivity plan.
I do indeed, and I think it's an admirable travel plan. I just wish they would make it a bit more ambitious.
Right, but you don't actually criticise it in your evidence, do you?
Not at all, no.
No. And nor do you say that there's anything further that the UK AEA or any other employer on the Cullen campus should be doing that it hasn't already done within the present infrastructure. No missed opportunities that you identify, is there?
I wasn't asked to do specific opportunities or missed opportunities, but I could do because like I said, I've put employer travel plans as a general heading, but within employer travel plans there are many things. For example, employer parking levies. There can be cycle to work schemes. There can be different ways of inducing people to car share, etc., etc.
Yeah. No indication of what change those measures may or may not have, though, is there?
No specific indications to this area, but there are evidence around the country that they work.
Yeah. And so too with your other factors, travel infrastructure, reliable public transport services, they are your alternative schemes. You told us in your evidence, Chief, that it can't be quantified or assessed today. And it's fair to say that you don't present a coherent solution as an alternative, do you?
So I gave an example of the expansion of Culham campus and of the Europa School in recent time, in the recent sort of 6 to 8 years, and how that hasn't had an impact on congestion. Congestion has remained largely the same. The times when it gets really unacceptable are when there is a collision on the A34 or when the bridges are closed to flooding at Culham and at Clifton Hampden.
In terms of what you're suggesting here, you're not saying we only have to worry about the bridges being shut and traffic on traffic accidents on the A34, are you? You're saying there is a general underlying issue of congestion for residents of Culham Parish. I mean, you've already said it this afternoon. That's right, isn't it?
There is congestion at peak times, yes.
Right.
And what we're saying is that some of that congestion will not be addressed by this Hif road and could be exacerbated indeed by it. And we're making alternative solutions, smaller, various, dispersed, on a dispersed decide and provide model, which may include some parts of this Hif scheme or highway changes.
But no evidence as to when those other schemes should be delivered, is there?
And I said parish councils are not highways authorities and don't have the expertise.
There's no evidence as to when they could be delivered, is there?
When what could be delivered?
The alternative streams that you're talking about, you don't give us any time frame for their delivery, do you?
What I'm saying is it's been a missed opportunity because we've had the last 10 or 12 years where we've been calling for that and they haven't been delivered. So therefore, we've had that sort of opportunity lost, and that's an opportunity cost, which the Hif has missed, which this application misses.
And if OCC switched horses tomorrow because they've heard your evidence, you couldn't tell the inspector when those schemes would be delivered, could you?
I think Mr Henderson...
Well, Madam, I just want a clear answer. I mean, I'm due a clear answer from the witness. It's her third chance.
I don't understand what your question, your last question was.
You propose alternative schemes, but you can't tell the inspector when those alternatives could be delivered. You can't give any time frame for that, can you?
Of course I can't.
No. And nor can you quantify the effect of those schemes, can you, for the residents of Culham?
Which is exactly why the parish councils commissioned experts to speak to this inquiry, because I'm just here to give the local view.
And you described this as a pivotal decision by members of the planning committee in your evidence in chief. You remember that?
Yes.
And it's pivotal because something needs to be done for those people who live in Culham, doesn't it?
It's pivotal because when you're sitting on a planning committee, you understand the impact of turning down infrastructure when it's the only piece of infrastructure that has been offered, and those districts could go into a situation where they're open to speculative development.
Yes, it's the only piece of infrastructure that's being offered, and it follows, therefore, that your position must be that you would rather the residents and employers in your parish suffering the current unacceptable peak time congestion.
Not at all, that's not what I'm saying.
For some other undefined stream. That must be your position, isn't it?
That's not our position. Right. And in fact, why I gave the Culham community-led plan as evidence was because residents understand exactly what they're suffering and have given generalist and called for what we know in the generalist terms works and has worked in other areas. And there's plenty of evidence that public transport and modal shift has a huge impact on both health, economy, well-being, etc.
How much longer would the residents and employers in Culham have to wait for an alternative stream?
I'm sorry, but I think you're approaching this back to front.
Do you know
what we're trying to say is that it has been a failure to provide smaller schemes for the last 10 years that has and frustrated residents. And even though we're not experts, we do understand and see and observe. We're not, we live in the world. And so therefore, the idea that how long we'd have to wait, what we're saying is that we've already waited and it hasn't happened. And as a result, the Highways Authority, possibly as a result, the Highways Authority are providing something which they're claiming will provide, will solve the solution, solve the problems. But actually, there's a lot of doubts around that. And what we're saying as local residents, well, look, there are a whole bunch of things we've been calling for, which would have meant that the congestion would never have got this bad, would allow for economic growth in the district. But because these things haven't been done, we're now presented with a really huge scheme that possibly won't deliver what it purports to deliver and could make things worse.
And standing where we are today, with the one option on the table, the best thing to unlock housing and growth for Culham and people who live in Culham is to deliver the scheme, isn't it? That's the best thing.
I don't agree.
Do you have any other alternative?
The joint parishes have raised a lot of money and are, because we don't have the amount of money and expertise, as you know, to commission reports. A report on an alternative which will come, but unfortunately, because we don't have that cash, we've had to raise the money. So we could, and we will, at some point, provide an alternative. But it's not really within the remit of parishes to do that. What we're here to do, and we're asked for, is consultation on the scheme we're given, and so is any planning committee. I mean, I'm sure you know how planning committees work. You can only comment on the scheme you're given. You can't say, like the curate's egg, it's good in parts. I'll have this bit but not this bit. That's not how it works. You can either say no or yes.
We'll await that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ing.
I don't think I need to ask any questions. Thank you.
I've got a few short points. In your proof, you talk about, I think it's near the beginning, you talk about the cycle network around Culham campus not being delivered.
The Science Vale cycle network.
Science Vale, yeah. I think it's not. It's your red text, I think, in paragraph 2. Has it been approved and is it funded, or do you not know?
I believe it's been adopted by the Highways Authority, but as far as I know, it's not all funded, or its funding is reliant on various grants and pots and Section 106 agreements, etc. So it doesn't have a funding pot just for itself, if you like.
And do you have any idea as to when it might be delivered?
I don't.
Okay. Paragraph 18. It's where you talk about. So you reference the large goods vehicles and you talked about the waste transfer facility, and you said it's more likely that the I don't know if it's an application will be approved. There is an application to extend the facility, and it's more likely to go ahead if the Hif scheme is provided. Is that correct?
I believe that's a risk, yes.
Right. And would the waste transfer facility not be predicated on the need to serve the increased population and the increased housing rather than the availability of a road? Would there not be a need for it?
Until I
regardless of
see the
road?
application, which I haven't in detail, I wouldn't like to comment on that. Indeed, it might, but I haven't looked at their reasoning.
Thank you. You reference page 12, paragraph 28, again the red text.
Yeah.
And you reference firstly the fact that the traffic regulation orders won't be provided until after the scheme's got planning permission. So you're talking about traffic regulation orders in relation to the scheme, the new scheme.
Yes, I am, yes.
So presumably they can't be provided until the certainty the scheme's going ahead.
We find that difficult to understand, because I suppose it's like having a planning application for a building, and then you wouldn't have the conditions attached to it. I mean, in some ways, they're conditions in the terms of what the impact of the scheme in itself, and whether it would work, whether it could be improved, or whether it responds to, the environment. So traffic regulation orders like, for example, the dualling of the A413 and making that a bus lane, or restricting access to the Clifton-Hampden Bridge, which is something that's been proposed, but it's not in here. And further, these traffic regulation orders will have a budget and resource attached to them, which at the moment there is no sign of. And in fact, our concern is because the Hif1 scheme is already going over budget, there will be no budget attached to them, so they won't actually be able to go ahead, however much anyone desires it. In the same way, I think that the local residents have found things like the Science Vale cycle route, which I think everybody around that area approves of. You can have lots of plans. If they don't have any budgets or resource, they don't come to fruition quickly enough, or in terms of being able to prevent unacceptable traffic impacts. It's the same with the Abingdon and Didcot local cycling and walking infrastructure plans. They're great, but they don't have a budget resource. So that's what our concern is with these TROs.
So is it something that you feel could be addressed by way of a Grampian condition?
It could possibly be, yes.
Sorry to jump around, but paragraph 17, the red text.
Yeah.
So the final sentence there, where you say that one of the members of the committee said he didn't find it convincing. What wasn't convincing? Was it the modelling? Was it the scheme?
The modelling.
Thank you. And there's a similar comment at the end of your text, the last sentence in the penultimate paragraph, about the mitigation that's not convincing. And is that the mitigation in relation to ecology and trees that you're
Yes, the loss of
to?
trees and hedgerows, and I think it's 50 semi-mature trees that have been proposed, and they have been accepted by the ecology officers.
It's not convincing because there's not sufficient.
It's not sufficient, and it's replacing mature, existing.
Thank you. I think that's my questions for you. Thank you.
No re-examination, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're going to adjourn in a moment. I'm hoping there's no additional documents tomorrow. If there are to be any, can they be circulated this evening? And then parties can address me in the morning as to whether they consider them to be necessary. And can I repeat my request from this morning that documents, this sort of correspondence, it saves a lot of inquiry time if you copy it to all the parties. If it just goes to the programme officer, she might not pick it up till later and it takes longer for people to see it. So can you, I know it might not be a habit you're in, but if you could all try and cross-copy it, it would really help. I think tomorrow morning we're starting with Mr. Harmon. I think Joanna's probably more on top of the programme than me, but let me have a look. I think it, so I think we're starting with Mr. Harmon, then it's Mr. Wisdom, and I think there's a question as to whether we will get round to Claudia Curry in terms of time. Do you want to talk, Joanna? You probably... that's it. Right, have you had an answer to that question? No? Right. I don't think anyone's had any time to deal with matters like that. So I'm going to say 10 o'clock in the morning. We might take a shorter lunch break again if need be, but I think people need that time in the morning to sort out where we are. Is there anything else before we adjourn? No? Yes?
Madam, just to let you know, no disrespect from Ms. Dring and I, but we won't be physically present for the rest of the week. Mrs. Vincent has kindly provided us with Teams links and we'll be logging in through that in case you need anything from us. But as we won't be taking an active part for the rest of the week, there's no need for us to be here physically.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Humphreys?
No, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson?
Nothing from us, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Woolley? No? Okay. So I'll see people at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning then. Thank you.